Good morning. The hearing is called to order. My name is Doug Mood. I'm the Public Service Commissioner representing District 4, which includes Missoula County as well as 6 other counties here in western Montana. With me today is Jim Payne, who is the attorney for the Public Service Commission working on this case. The court reporter is David Hicks, and David will be recording the proceedings, and we will have a transcript in about 7 working days. This is Missoula, Montana, and the time is 9:05 a.m. and the date is May 24th, 2007. And this is the place to convene a hearing in the matter of Michael A. Murray II, doing business as Green Taxi in Missoula, Montana, in docket number T-06.30.PCN. Michael A. Murray, doing business as Green Taxi, 9002 South LaSalle Way, Missoula, Montana, 59808, has filed an application with Montana Public Service Commission under Title 69, Chapter 12, Montana Code Annotated, for a Montana Intrastate Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity authorizing transportation of the following. Class B, passengers between all points and places in Missoula County, Missoula, Montana. On April 24th, Montana Public Service Commission issued its notice of public hearing in this matter to commence at 9 a.m. on Thursday, May 24th in the County Extension Office, 2825 Santa Fe Court, Missoula, Montana. The Commission's jurisdiction in this matter is granted under Title 69, Chapter 12, Montana Code Annotated, specifically Sections 69-12-312 and 69-12-321 MCA. This hearing will be conducted under the Montana Administrative Procedures Act, Title II, Chapter 4, Montana Code Annotated. The Commission may examine all matters pertinent to the applicant's proposed operations and will determine whether to grant, modify, or deny the certificate application. Any interested party has the right to be represented by legal counsel at this hearing. Any person needing accommodation for physical, hearing, or sight impairment in order to attend and participate was requested by the Commission to contact us at least 1 week before the date of the hearing. No such requests have been received by the Commission, but if someone does need such accommodation, we will make every effort to address those needs. At this time, we'll take appearances. First, the appearances for the applicant, Green Taxi. If you would.
Good morning, Ryan Schaefer. I'm representing Michael Murray in his application, and this is his wife, Jessica Murray.
Thank you. And the appearance for the attorney for the protestants.
Ryan Wilmore with Brown & Kalsick, Berry & Hoven. I'm representing Yellow Cab, and Bob Gray is here on behalf of Yellow Cab. I'm also representing Brian David Parks, doing business as Medicab. Mr. Parks will be here later. And to my very right is my assistant, Sandy Fields.
Very good. Section 69-12-323 of the MCA sets forth the burden on any applicant seeking a certificate of public convenience and necessity. The Commission has historically interpreted this statute in the following manner. Number 1, the evidence must demonstrate that there is in fact a public need. Number 2, if the evidence demonstrates a public need, but existing transportation services can and will meet that need, the applicant will be denied. 3, if the evidence demonstrates that a public need that cannot or will not be met by existing transportation service, that there is a public need that will not be met by existing transportation services, but the grant of an additional authority will harm the operations of existing transportation services contrary to the public interest, the application will be denied. And number 4, if the evidence demonstrates that a public need that cannot or will not be met by an existing transportation service and the grant of additional authority will not harm the operations of existing transportation services contrary to the public interest, the application will be granted unless the applicant is not fit to conduct Transportation Services. Because this is a judicial proceeding, witnesses will be sworn in prior to taking the stand, and the stand is here. Your testimony will be recorded by the court reporter and become a part of the record in this docket. Based on filings of the parties, we anticipate a number of witnesses today. I would therefore ask that the witnesses make their points, if at all possible, in a brief and concise manner. If a prior witness has said the same thing that you contemplated saying, then you may indicate that your testimony would be similar to the prior witness and make additional comments relevant to the issues before the commission. Both the applicant and the protestants have waived preliminary opening statements, and so we'll go right to the witnesses. Counsel for the applicant, are there any preliminary matters that you wish to address? And I think we have addressed everything.
Thank you. Yeah, no other preliminary matters.
Okay, applicant, you may call your first witness.
Actually, what I'd
Mr.
like to
Schaefer.
just proceed by motioning to introduce a number of exhibits.
Yes?
First is Exhibit 101, which is a letter from Valet Taxi withdrawing their protest in this matter pending amendment of Mr. Murray's application as we motioned.
Have you, Mr. Wilmore, have you examined the document?
I have, and I have no objection.
Okay, that Exhibit 101 will be entered into the record.
Thank you. The second one is Exhibit 107, signed petition.
Mr. Wilmore, do you have that?
I do have that, and at this time, I would object on foundation.
You would?
Object on foundation.
Okay. I will call a witness to lay foundation for that exhibit.
Okay.
Withhold.
Withhold?
The next, I'm going to motion to introduce my shipper affidavits, Exhibit 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, and 115.
You went from 111 to 114, is that correct?
I went 111, 112, 113, 114, and 115.
Okay.
And I have no objection to those.
You have examined the,
Yes, I have examined them, and I have no objection to the admission.
see no objection will be entered into the record.
And the final is, I'd like to motion for Exhibit 106, which is the Missoula Greenhouse Gas Energy Efficiency Plan.
Mr. Wilmore, have you examined this?
I've examined, and I guess I will stipulate to the admission as long as Mr. Schaefer shows the relevance through one of his witnesses, which I believe he plans to do so.
I do, and it's also relevant to already admitted affidavit 106, affidavit of Ben Schmidt. He references this document in his affidavit.
Subject to reservation.
Yeah, it will be entered into the record subject to reservation.
These are the originals. Do you want these? Yeah. Okay, I'll call Michael Murray.
Mr. Murray, would you raise your right hand? Swear the testimony you're about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yep.
Please be seated.
Mr. Murray, can you state your name and your address? for the record?
Michael Anthony Murray II, 9002 LaSalle Way, Missoula, Montana.
What's your current occupation?
Construction trades,
Education?
I attended the forestry school at the University of Montana with an emphasis in recreation management.
Okay. And what is your interest in the proceeding today?
My application for convenience and necessity has been protested by Yellow Cab and Medicab.
Okay. And why do you want to operate a hybrid cab company here in Missoula?
I'm interested in lessening America's dependence on foreign oil. I'm concerned about Missoula's airshed. I'm also concerned about global warming and greenhouse gases, and I've seen Missoula change from a resource extraction-based economy to a service-based economy, and I believe that there's a need for additional service.
Do you have any reason to believe that Missoula is a place or a community that would desire fuel-efficient cab service?
Yes, I have shipper witnesses to that effect.
Do you believe that you have a viable business model?
Yes.
And why do you believe that?
In compiling my costs and financial outlay, I believe that I can make the business work.
Is there anything in particular about Missoula that makes you think that you have a viable business model?
Missoula's growing, both in terms of population growth and tourism numbers. In terms of population, the largest segment of growth is people over the age of 50, who I feel would be more likely to require taxi service.
Okay. Do you have any sense on the tourism growth in this town?
It's been steady over the past several years.
Okay. I would just motion to introduce a letter from Missoula International Airport, Exhibit 116. Self-authenticating document.
Mr. Wilmore, do you have that in front of you?
I do have it in front of me, and I would object on relevance.
Mr. Merrill just testified to the growth in population and the increase in tourism, and this letter validates that, showing an increase in the number of people coming through the airport.
Yeah.
Mr. Wilmore, I'm going to allow this into the record. It seems as though the information is in fact relevant to the case.
Thank you. Are you committed to making sure that the vehicles in your taxi fleet are fuel-efficient hybrid vehicles?
I'm not interested in running any vehicles that are not.
Okay. Have you looked at any particular vehicle?
The Toyota Prius. I've selected that based on reliability, and it has the highest miles per gallon rating.
Okay. I would move to admit Exhibit 119, which is the Toyota manufacturer specifications for fuel efficiency of the Toyota Prius.
Mr. Wilmore?
I've reviewed and no objection.
It will be entered into the record then.
Are you confident that the Toyota Prius can work as a taxi cab?
Yes, I've researched it, and there are Toyota Priuses serving currently as taxis with over 250,000 miles on it.
Okay. Is there a place locally where you can have that vehicle serviced?
Yes.
Maybe. Okay. Are you planning on incorporating your business?
Yes.
Are you willing to put it in your corporate charter that you will operate with only fuel-efficient hybrid vehicles?
Yes.
Does that mean that if I call Green Taxi for service, I can be guaranteed a fuel-efficient hybrid taxi service?
Yes.
Have you spent any time thinking about how you're gonna operate a taxi service in Missoula?
Yes,
Okay. Have you come up with a rough outline of a plan based on those thoughts?
yes, I have.
Okay. Motion to admit Exhibit 104, which is summary of anticipated operations for green taxi.
I reviewed and no objection.
Exhibit 104 is entered into the record.
Maybe you want us to share the details of your initial thoughts on the service that you're going to provide, such as how many vehicles do you anticipate operating?
Initially, one vehicle running from 6 to 3 a.m., 6 a.m. to 3 a.m., 365 days a year, with an additional vehicle as to put in as needed or in the event of a breakdown.
So you anticipate purchasing 2 vehicles to start with?
Yes.
Okay. Have you thought about hiring employees?
Yes.
And how many do you anticipate hiring?
4 initially.
Have you run through just some initial numbers on startup costs in your initial cash flow projections?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have the funding available for these startup costs?
Yes, I do.
A motion to admit applicant's Exhibit 103, letter from Wells Fargo securing $107,000 of credit.
I have reviewed and no objection, Commissioner.
Exhibit 103 will be entered into the record.
So have you secured financing then? Or how much, let me rephrase that. How much money have you secured to start your business?
Loan for $107,000.
Okay. Have you prepared a personal financial statement for you and your wife?
Yes, I have.
I'd motion to admit Exhibit 102, personal financial statement for Michael and Jessica Murray.
I've reviewed and no objection.
Exhibit 102 will be entered into the record.
Are the assets and liabilities listed on that personal financial statement accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Do you have any outstanding financial liabilities that prevent you from starting and operating green taxi?
No, I do not.
Can you discuss any personal skills that you have that are relevant to operation of a cab company?
I've been responsible for fleet maintenance of vehicles at Palmer Electric and Western Sheet Metal. I worked as a driver, dispatcher, and was in charge of maintenance for the courtesy van at St. Patrick's Hospital while attending the University of Montana. I also hold a commercial driver's license, so I'm familiar with Department of Transportation rules and logs.
I'm going to switch topics completely here. Did the owner of Yellow Cab ever visit your house?
Bob Gray came to my house on October 17th.
How do you know it was October 17th?
That was the day that the Public Service Commission sent out notice of my application for Transportation Authority.
What were the topics of that conversation?
Mr. Gray inquired whether I was serious which struck me as odd because I had invested $500 in a non-refundable application fee to start this proceeding. I stated to him that I felt I could establish need, and he agreed that need on the weekend nights goes unanswered, and it has since his father owned the business. Mr. Gray also mentioned that a competitor in the market would lower his values worth, and he was considering selling his business in the next few years.
Okay. I'm going to switch topics again. Did you send emails on March 5th and 8th? Actually, these are protestants exhibits, I believe 202 and 203. I'm going to let you take a look at it.
Mr. Schaefer, could you speak up a little bit, please?
Sorry. I'm going to reference Protestants Exhibits 203 and 204. Mick, do you recognize those emails?
Yes.
Okay. Did you send those emails?
Yes.
And did you state in those emails, or maybe you can share with me what you stated about the green component of your application?
I felt that in order to prove my case, I needed people with intimate knowledge of yellow cab, not necessarily people interested in just greenhouse gas emissions or the Missoula airship.
Does that change your view of whether there's a need for fuel-efficient taxi service?
No.
Do you believe there's a need for fuel-efficient taxi service in Missoula?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
Can I have again?
You are done with your direct?
I'm done. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Wilmore, do you have a cross?
Good morning, Mr. Murray.
Good morning.
You'd agree that Medicab is fit, willing, and able to provide permanent, continuous, reliable, safe, and adequate transportation services within its scope of granted authority?
No.
You wouldn't agree?
No.
Are you aware that your attorney sent me a letter updating your discovery responses?
I'm not aware of that, but I have shipper witnesses that are going to testify contrary to that.
Regarding Medicab?
Regarding the case that's before the commission right now, Medicab and Yellow Cab.
And may I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to object because I've stipulated to you that and admitted that Medicab is fit, willing, and able. I'm happy to stipulate to that.
Well, then if...
I'll change my reply.
Okay.
It's been stipulated to.
Well,
With regard to Medicab.
Well, and he said no, so I just wanted to be clear that you agree that Medicab is fit, willing, and able to provide service within its scope of authority.
Yes.
And you agree that Medicab meets the needs of the public in a reasonable and timely manner in the scope of its authority.
Not wholly, no.
Okay. And again,
I feel that there's need that Medicab cannot serve.
need that's outside their scope of authority?
Well, that they're not currently meeting.
And I guess we're...
Well, it's within
their scope of authority, which is the non-emergency medical and psychiatric transport as well as wheelchair service. Do you believe they're meeting that need?
not totally.
Okay. And again, And I don't know if Mr. Schaefer wants to just say that we've stipulated to this.
Happy to recognize that stipulation.
And so then, Mr. Murray, would you
Okay.
agree that yes, they are meeting the need of the public inside their scope of authority?
Yes.
So you don't have any complaints about Medicab then?
No.
And your requested authority would conflict with Medicab's authority, wouldn't it?
Not, no. I don't agree with that,
Why don't you agree with that?
because I agree that there's additional need for transportation to those services that I could provide that Medicab isn't filling right now.
Okay.
And I intend to show that with shipper witnesses.
But Medicab has authority for non-emergency medical services and psychiatric appointments, as well as wheelchair access.
Yes,
And the authority you've requested is all passengers, points and places in Missoula County, correct?
correct.
And so would you agree with me then that your authority would conflict with Medicab's insofar as you would also have the same authority as Medicab?
I'm going to object. I don't think that represents how the two authorities will conflict accurately.
I think there needs to be some clarifications, Mr. Murray, of exactly how you feel your proposal fits into the current situation. And I'm going to allow the question. I'd like to have that clarified as well.
Could you restate the question, please?
Probably not word for word, but I will try. Medicab has authority for non-emergency medical and psychiatric transportation, as well as wheelchair transportation. Correct.
Correct,
And your authority is for all points and places in Missoula.
correct,
And so your authority would include individuals who needed wheelchair transportation or non-emergency medical and psychiatric service.
correct,
And so as far as much as your service is the same as Medicab's service or authority, your proposed authority would conflict with Medicab's.
What do you mean by conflict?
It would be overlapping, it's the same authority that Medicab has.
I would agree with that.
And would you agree that taking customers away from Medicab would harm them?
Yes,
Now, you indicated that Mr. Gray, when he spoke with you back in October, said that another competitor would harm Yellow Cab.
Mr. Gray stated that, yes.
And would you agree that taking customers away from Yellow Cab would harm Yellow Cab?
Yes.
Now, you were asked to describe your fitness in discovery responses, and you've kind of gone over some things, and you also indicated you have a clean driving record,
Yes.
and that includes violations for no insurance,
Yes.
failure to yield,
Yes.
improper passing,
Yes.
and a few speeding tickets.
Yes.
And you also indicated that you had no criminal violations in the past 10 years. Do you have any before that?
Motor vehicle criminal?
No, outside of your driving record.
Objection. I think it calls for inappropriate character evidence.
If I may be heard.
You don't think it is? Yeah, I'm not going to allow the question. I don't think we need to go back more than 10 years in order to do what the commission needs to know.
I will move on. And you've never owned a business, Mr. Murray?
No.
You have no experience running a business?
I grew up in a family business, been around business.
Were you running that business though?
I wasn't in charge of it. I was familiar with the operation.
And you have no experience driving taxis?
I drove the courtesy van for St. Patrick's Hospital, which is a similar job description, just a fee wasn't charged.
And when did you do that?
1988 to 89,
So for about a year.
a little more than that, the service was discontinued.
Now, on your application, you've indicated that your rates will be the same as local carriers,
Yes,
and you'll have the same rates as Yellow Cab, so the community won't necessarily get a cheaper ride.
I intend to use a metered system, but the overall cost of the ride would be similar to Mr. Gray's operation. In shorter distances across town, it might prove to be cheaper. Say from the senior residents across the street from community hospital to community hospital.
And so longer distances might cost more.
Potentially.
And so how is this meter system going to work? Can you explain that to me?
Start out with a base price, and cost of the ride would increase over distance traveled.
Do you have a base price that you set?
Not currently.
Any thoughts on what it's going to be?
I want to establish it so it's comparable to the current carriers, and I haven't fully reviewed Mr. Gray's zone system so that an average has come out.
Okay. Will you ever have customers share rides?
Not if they're not willing to do so. It'll be the policy that that doesn't take place unless the riders ask for that.
Okay. And so if you've got 3 people that have called you from the airport and want to ride from Green Taxi, and
The first caller would take priority.
and what happens to the other 2 callers?
They would be left out or picked up by another carrier such as Yellow Cab or Airport Shuttler.
Would you agree that carpooling helps lower emissions?
Yes.
And so would you agree then that passengers sharing a cab would be in line with your focus of using less fuel and greenhouse effects?
No, because it puts passengers in an unsafe situation with strangers that they may not know and may not want to know where their final destination is.
Well, how's
It's
it
a privacy issue.
But you would agree that it would lower greenhouse emissions
I would agree to that.
and less fuel consumption?
I would agree to that.
Now, you've indicated that you'll be using 1 vehicle,
To start,
and then around April 30th, 2007, you also indicated you'd be purchasing 2 vehicles rather than 1. Correct?
correct.
And any reason for the increase in vehicles?
Thinking through it more, I realized that I needed a backup vehicle. And that's why we added that.
And this was after you learned that Yellow Cab was purchasing a hybrid?
That had nothing to do with it, to my knowledge.
But it was after you had knowledge that Yellow Cab was purchasing a hybrid?
I would object that it assumes facts that aren't on the record in terms of whether Yellow Cab is indeed going to purchase a hybrid or not.
At that time,
I don't think that it has been established. The protester is going to buy a hybrid vehicle yet. Unless he has it.
And
He doesn't know.
maybe if I'd be able to elaborate a little more to establish how Mr. Murray knows, that would help the objection.
Go ahead.
Mr. Murray, you were at Bob Gray's deposition on April 18th, 2007?
yes,
And in that deposition, did Mr. Gray indicate that he would be purchasing a hybrid vehicle?
He had looked at vehicles, to my knowledge, but had not yet filed a purchase order or anything of that nature.
But he was under oath during that deposition, correct?
Correct.
And he indicated that he was going to be purchasing a hybrid?
I don't recall the exact wording.
And we'll just move on. Who are you purchasing your vehicles from?
I haven't looked into several vehicles. I was instructed by the Public Service Commission not to purchase a vehicle until they had ruled on my case.
And have you looked into insuring the vehicles?
Yes.
Do you know who's going to insure them?
Tentatively, Western States is who I have a quote from.
Okay. And so you've indicated you'll have one vehicle running all the time, or at least from
That is my intention.
6 a.m. to 3 a.m. And so couldn't Yellow Cab do this just as well by operating another vehicle?
I don't feel that, no.
But you're saying that the public need is there for your one vehicle, correct?
Yes,
And so you're not in agreement that Yellow Cab could service that one vehicle public need by adding another vehicle?
Objection, argument has been asked and answered.
Mr. Wilmore, I think we've gotten the point.
And are you aware that Yellow Cabs increased their vehicles to 5 or 6 on Friday and Saturday nights?
yes,
Okay. And would you agree that this meets the public need?
no. I have shipper witnesses that are unwilling to use Yellow Cab, both on the basis of not being able to use only a hybrid vehicle and from Yellow Cab's past service, as well as Yellow Cab not doing prearranged pickups.
Would you agree that by increasing their taxis on Friday and Saturday night, that Yellow Cab's shown a willingness to fill the public need?
Yeah,
And they've showed that they can fill that need by adding taxis?
I believe additional need is out there that they cannot fill.
And you indicated you're gonna hire about 4 employees?
Correct.
Do you have anybody lined up for that right now?
Tentatively,
Who would-
plan on doing some driving myself initially, but no, I haven't explored all those
Who
avenues.
who are the tentative employees?
People that I've met through my social circle that might potentially want to work for me.
Do you have any names?
None that I'd be willing to go on record with, because they're not firm, they're currently employed.
Okay. Are any of them going to be shipper witnesses today?
No,
Okay. What's your relationship with Steve Zeiler?
Steve Zeiler answered ad I placed in the Independent inquiring about a need for a green taxi in Missoula.
And when was that, approximately?
I don't recall the exact date. January, February.
That's fine. And now you've indicated that, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but you feel that Yellow Cab isn't meeting the public need because it's not using hybrids and it doesn't have prearranged pickups. Is that pretty accurate?
Yes,
And if they were using hybrids, would you agree that they're meeting your perceived need?
no. Because there's people that are unwilling to use Yellow Cab service based on past experiences.
And if they were taking prearranged pickups, would you agree they're meeting the need?
They would be meeting need.
Now, you've also proposed that Green Taxi will provide prearranged notice service. And will you also do prearranged at bar closing time?
I'm not sure.
So if, why aren't you sure?
Because I'm not, not sure what the demand at closing time is going to be, whether I'd be able to block out time for a prearranged pickup at 2 a.m. Running 2 cabs, I believe I would. So
But you'd agree that it could be problematic to do prearranged at closing time?
it is my intention to do so.
But you agree it could be
It
problematic?
could be problematic.
Now, I believe you've said that your primary concern is helping America, wean America from foreign oil, is that correct?
Yes.
And you were quoted as saying that you're politically motivated more than wanting to drive drunk people around. Is that correct?
I see that the culture of drinking and driving has changed, and I believe that's a real problem and a need that needs to be addressed. I was making light in that statement that I think the issue of foreign oil dependency is bigger than the bar rush.
Would you support Yellow Cab using hybrids?
Yes.
And what type of vehicles do you drive, Mr. Murray?
I have a Toyota truck, a motorcycle, and a Toyota 4Runner.
An SUV?
Yes.
And you don't drive hybrids?
We don't object on relevance. This is not relevant to his fitness and ability to operate a cab company.
Objection sustained.
What do you believe is a reasonable time for a taxi service from the time an individual places the call to the time that a person drops
Just gonna make the same
dropped off?
objection. I'd like to make the same objection that we're no longer exploring Mr. Murray's ability and fitness to operate a cab company near as I can tell.
Repeat the question.
Question was, what is a reasonable time for taxi service from placing the call to being dropped off at the destination? And if I may, I believe it goes to what the public need is and Mr. Murray's perception of the public need.
I'm going to allow the question.
Could you repeat the question?
Yes. In your opinion, what's a reasonable time from the time I call in for a taxi to the time that I'm dropped off?
Not from the time the cab picks you up?
Right.
Well, that would depend on where you're going, you know, what would be reasonable, how far away is your destination? I can't answer that.
What do you believe a reasonable time is then from being called to pick up?
Inside of a half hour.
So would you agree that it'd be reasonable, a reasonable amount of time, that if in under 30 minutes I called and was dropped off at my destination?
Could you repeat that, please?
Would you agree that it's reasonable that 30 minutes from the time I call to the time I'm dropped off is a reasonable amount of time of service?
Yes.
And Mr. Murray, you can't guarantee a quicker response time than Yellow Cab, can you?
No, I can't guarantee that.
I have no further questions.
I have nothing.
Thank you for, you may be excused.
I'd like to call Randy Valine as my next witness.
Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Would you state your name and spell the last name, please?
My name is Randy Valine, V-E-L-I-N.
Morning, can you tell me what your occupation is, Randy?
I'm the mail printing and transportation manager for Community Medical Center in Missoula, Montana.
Okay. In your work as a transportation planner for Community Medical Center, do you have personal knowledge of Yellow Cab's taxi service?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you describe to me how you have personal knowledge of Yellow Cab's taxi service as part of your occupation?
I've been in transportation in Missoula here with Community Medical Center for 20 years, and over that time, we've used the Yellow Cab almost daily for transport.
Okay. Do you personally come into contact with the Yellow Cab, or how does your personal knowledge come about?
My personal knowledge mostly comes through our schedulers and our point of entries and through patients that have either complained or had issues.
And then you have interactions with these patients or your schedulers on a daily basis?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have personal knowledge of Community Medical Center's patients complaining about Yellow Cab service with regard to shared rides?
Yes, I do.
Okay. How often do you hear complaints from your patients or from your schedulers about shared rides being a problem for your patients?
In what context? Over the year, week, month? Is it?
How about on an annual basis?
On an annual basis, I'd probably say about 30 times.
Okay. Did you ever voice these complaints from your patients to Yellow Cab?
I usually voice most of them in the latter years here through our scheduler. I would call up and see what the problem was. She would usually relay that back to me, and then I would relay it back to the patient if it was a written complaint, rather than if it was a verbal complaint that came through the line of scheduling.
And I'll object as hearsay and move to strike. I believe there's hearsay within hearsay as well.
Let's sustain the objection.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, Lee, I'll sustain the objection.
So you have personal knowledge of complaints from patients, I just want to recap, regarding shared rides, correct?
Yes, I do.
What is the problem with shared rides for your patients?
Objection, hearsay.
Have patients communicated to you why shared rides are a problem?
I would again object as hearsay. By asking the question, he's already inferring what
I'm
the
gonna,
hearsay is.
to make an offer of proof, I'd just like to say I'm not asking for the truth of whether these complaints,
Yes, that's legitimate. I think that's legitimate.
Yes, I think the question is stated legitimately. Go ahead.
my question was stated legitimately?
Yes.
And he can
Agreed.
answer?
He can answer.
Okay, would you repeat that, please?
Can you, give me a second, remember my last question. You had stated that you have personal knowledge of your patients complaining about shared rides.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you have personal knowledge of the problems that shared rides present for your patients?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain that?
Number one, the patients that had called me directly had expressed that they felt uncomfortable. They often went out of their way, and they were usually late for their appointment.
Okay. And you said either you or your schedule had contacted Yellow Cab about these problems.
Yes.
And do you know if Yellow Cab addressed those issues at all?
We usually got a verbal response from the, generally we talked to the dispatcher at Yellow Cab.
Okay. Did they do anything to fix or address your concern for your patients?
Not that I was aware of as far as a resolution, but they did usually offer a reason, or that that was their type, or in their scope of business to do that.
Okay. Do you have personal knowledge of Community Medical Center patients complaining about or making comments about Yellow Cab's service with regard to wait times?
Yes.
How often did you hear these complaints?
Again, those complaints were probably a higher rate, around 40 to 50.
Okay.
I would say probably an estimation would be 50.
Did you ever call Yellow Cab to discuss that problem with them?
Yes, we did.
And did Yellow Cab respond?
Yes, there was a response from Yellow Cab.
Okay.
And again, their response may be see that they generally have a 30-minute window to pick up and arrive at the hospital.
Do you know how long the wait times were for some of these patients?
Some of them would be quite lengthy on the outgoing side, especially on weekends. They could be sometimes know that I have previous information from the ER director that it was sometimes upwards over an hour.
Okay. Does that ever present a problem for your patients?
It did in the part that, you know, after you're discharged from ER, you may have to, at that point, access a pharmacy on your way home or to a motel or wherever they came from. And so they needed to supply, you know, they had a time window before we had a 24-hour pharmacy to access one.
Okay. Are you aware of Yellow Cab ever doing anything to meet your need for quicker service?
Not aware of directly of anything that they really resolved, and then we would get the thing that was within their scope of service.
Okay.
As response.
Through your work as a transportation planner at Community Medical, do you have personal knowledge of patients making comments about Yellow Cab just failing to pick anybody up?
Yes.
How often do you hear this complaint?
Well, I have personal knowledge in the last 5 months of 5 patients who were not picked up at Community Medical Center.
Okay. Did you ever voice this complaint to Yellow Cab?
We have not voiced those. Well, I'll take that back. We had 2 in January that we did respond to, and they were unable to get there within the half-hour expected time we did, so we arranged another transport for them.
Okay.
The others, to my knowledge, were not followed up
And did Community Medical Center have a contract with Yellow Cab?
on. We did not.
Did Community Medical Center ever have a contract whereby Yellow Cab would agree to pick up patients for you?
We did. We had an agreement with Yellow Cab that we would fax over in the morning a schedule of patients that they were going to provide rides to and from the hospital.
Do you know approximately how many passengers Yellow Cab would pick up pursuant to that contract?
Let's see, I have to think back. It was probably about somewhere around 150 a month.
Is that contract still in effect?
We've discontinued our service and paying for rides to community medical centers, so we do no longer fax that over to their scheduler. It's a demand response only.
Okay. And what were the reasons that Community Medical Center terminated that contract with Yellow Cab?
Well, there was really no written contract. It was just an agreement that we had had that, and we had asked them as a point of convenience if we could do that. And I can't remember it's been in several years that we've done that with Yellow Cab. And the reason we terminated the services, we terminated our personal bus services. We consolidated with Community Needs Van Service. And at that point, because we're going through trying to lower the cost of expenses to patients and the community at large, which supports our hospital, we could no longer afford to pay for all the expense of a ride to and from the hospital.
Was the level of service your patients were receiving, was that any factor in your decision?
It somewhat, yeah, it did bear into it in the hearings we had when we were going through the process of looking at whether we wanted to continue a service or discontinue it.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Mr. Wilmore?
Good morning. Good morning. Did you ever talk to anybody from my office about this case?
Your office?
Yes.
Not that I'm aware of. I did have a young lady call, and I'm not sure, she talked pretty fast. I didn't catch who she was.
Could it possibly have been Sandy Fields, my
Might
assistant?
have been Sandy.
Did you indicate to her that Yellow Cab's been generally a very good resource?
I would have to say generally they've been a good resource, yes.
And would you say that generally they're on time?
I would say that probably about 75% of the time over the 20 years that I've been with them, they have delivered to it.
And you've never complained to Mr. Gray directly, have you?
I have, and it's been many years ago, it'd be 10 years before, which I think we established here, that we've had contact with Mr. Gray.
And to me, it seems that your biggest concern or your patients at Community's biggest concern is the ride sharing.
The ride sharing and then the timeliness of arriving on time or leaving on time.
Have you ever requested from Yellow Cab that Community patients don't share rides?
We have.
And what was Yellow Cab's response to that?
They said that they will try to accommodate that. I believe the response one time was, that's up to the driver.
And you said you receive about 40 complaints a year about the timeliness? And you've received these complaints, but you don't know if they're true or not.
Well, generally documented through, if we want to go back through the time when the therapy started and the person arrived. Again, they come in different points of entry, and I would hear that. Some patients would complain because they felt it, now their whole schedule has been pushed back.
And now you said Yellow Cab is transporting about 150 people a month?
I would say that. I didn't count them up, but I know we spent upwards around getting close to $3,000 a month with Yellow Cab.
So that'd be approximately 1,800 passengers a year?
Yeah, I would imagine so.
I'm not that good at
I'm
math,
not
but...
either. 1,500 somewhere in there.
Okay.
Some months more, some months less.
And now you mentioned the community van service. Do passengers share rides on that service?
They do.
I have nothing further.
Staff have any questions?
No questions. Mr. Valine, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Valine, could I ask you a question, please?
Yes.
Is there, please stop. When your office or your staff calls Yellow Cab and they intend to have shared rides, is there any indication by the dispatcher that that's going to occur?
No, there is not.
So when that happens, you don't know until the cab arrives?
Exactly.
Are there any alternatives at that point that you're able to tap into?
There is not.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Out of, but maybe it's inclusive enough that anybody in the working group could be on it.
But I meant beyond the working group even though.
Well, that's your choice. I mean, I don't know, what your protocols are.
Give us truth and the whole truth, not but the truth.
Yes.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter, please.
Name is Chris Bryant, last name is Bryant.
Chris, do you have an occupation?
I do. Associate director of a local nonprofit that does journalism education.
Okay, thanks. How often do you use taxi service in Missoula?
About 2 to 4 times a year.
Okay. Where do you usually go when you use that service?
Home from the airport is about the only time I really used the service.
Okay. Do you have a personal desire and need for fuel-efficient transportation?
Yeah, I'd say I have a personal desire for it, sure.
Why do you care about fuel-efficient transportation?
I think that in terms of just lessening our use of fossil fuels in all aspects of our life.
Okay. Would you consider a vehicle that gets over 40 miles to the gallon to be fuel efficient, to meet your needs?
By the standards of most cars out there, yeah, I think so.
Okay. Would you be willing to pay more for such a service than you would just for a conventional taxi?
I would, sure.
Do you think you'd be more inclined to use a service that offered fuel-efficient transportation as opposed to one that didn't?
I would be.
Okay. Are you aware of any taxi cab company in Missoula that currently offers fuel-efficient hybrid service?
No.
I don't have any further questions.
You have no complaints about Yellow Cab service?
No.
And they're timely?
I've waited at the airport at night a few times, but like I said, I drive it a few times a year, so it's not a big complaint in my life.
Okay. And you just think that a green alternative is a good idea?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes, sir?
Yes.
Thank you.
So you'd prefer to ride in a hybrid than a regular vehicle.
Yeah, yes.
But is there an actual, do you believe there's an actual need for a hybrid taxi?
Yeah, I think there's a need to change the way that we use transportation fuels in every sector of transportation, whether it be buses or taxis or personal transportation.
And so you'd support Yellow Cab getting hybrids?
Sure.
And you'd use hybrids if Yellow Cab had them?
If I could request those specifically, I would do that.
No questions? No further questions?
Questions from staff? Thank you very much, Mr. Brown.
Do we know, is Susan Kohler here? Are you anticipating being a witness today?
Sure.
What's your name? Sorry? I don't think I've met you.
No, I would
Are you gonna be a witness?
I'll say my piece in the end.
Okay. I'm just trying to determine if any of our other witnesses are here at this point.
Mr. Schaefer, you skipped over Jessica Murray. That,
I did, and I'm not gonna call her at this point.
okay.
And I apologize, we've put together this schedule of trying to organize 26 people, and there might be some times when nobody's here.
Yeah.
Maybe you'd like to take a
Mr.
break?
Schaefer,
You wanna take a break?
yeah, if it's convenient, we can take a 10-minute break and reconvene at 10:15
Sounds good.
during recess.
That are present.
Sorry, I was just going to ask who you had lined up.
Would you like to wait for Mr. Gray?
No, I think we can go ahead.
Yeah. All right, then we will go back on the record. Mr. Wilmore, do you have a witness you'd like to call?
I believe Mr. Schaefer does.
Mr. Schaefer. I'm sorry, Mr. Schaefer.
No problem. I'll call Susan Kohler, please.
I gather I'm to sit here?
You'd sit here and we're going to swear you in just because we are
Okay.
official court. You swear that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the reporter, please.
I'm Susan Kohler, Kohler.
Susan, can you tell me what your current occupation is?
I'm Executive Director for Missoula Aging Services.
Okay. How long have you been in that position?
I've been in that position for 19 years, been at the agency for 24.
Okay. And what does Missoula Aging Services do?
We are the focal point for aging services in the community, and we're responsible for developing a 4-year plan. We assess the needs of seniors in our community and to develop services to address those needs.
Okay. And did you just finish developing a 4-year plan? Are
Say
you,
yes.
I'm sorry? Yes.
Thank you. Are you familiar with that 4-year plan?
Very familiar.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you approximate how much work you put into that plan? Just hours?
Probably 100 hours.
Okay. Is securing reliable transportation for Missoula's elderly, is that part of the plan?
Yes.
Okay. What went into the plan? How is Missoula's elderly population, how are their needs taken from them personally and then put into the plan?
Through a variety of formats. One is that we held a forum for providers and seniors, and we had approximately 60 different representation from organizations and seniors themselves, and we had what we call a roundtable discussion, and with various topic areas, of which transportation was one. We probably had over 100 surveys that were filled out by primarily seniors, and we held some focus groups for the Ministerial Association and some other parish nurses in town to get an idea of needs, and all of those had questions about transportation in it as part of that.
Okay. Does the 4-year plan discuss the reliability of yellow cab services?
It doesn't specifically address the reliability of services of a particular entity, but it does allow in the survey for people to make comment. So there was written comments about yellow cab
Okay.
and verbal comments to me afterwards.
Do you have personal knowledge of any of the elderly you represent being reluctant to call yellow cab?
Yes.
Okay. And why is that?
The statements I received was the lack of reliability, in particular when there were medical appointments to be met, and that there was times where they weren't able to make those appointments because they were not reliable.
Okay, and as the executive director of Missoula Aging Services, do you have confidence that yellow cab can respond to transportation needs of Missoula's elderly?
I don't know that I can answer that specifically. I can only say that the information I received states that there's a concern about it.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Wilmore, would you like to cross-examine?
Yes, Commissioner. Good morning, Ms. Kohler.
Good morning.
Now, you've never used Yellow Cab personally, have you?
Not that I can recall.
Have you ever called Yellow Cab?
Not that I can recall.
And you've never complained or made the complaints known to Yellow Cab?
No, I've not. I just completed the 4-year plan.
And do your clients also use Medicab?
Yes, they do.
Were there any complaints about Medicab?
I did not get any from the surveys that we have received.
I have no further questions.
No question? Nope.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to call Lauren Varney.
According to the right hand, do you swear the testimony about to give us the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Would you please state your name and spell it for the court reporter, please?
My name is Lauren Varney, V as in Victory, A-R-N-E-Y.
Lauren, have you used taxi service in Missoula?
I have.
Okay. How often do you think you use it approximately per year?
My family uses it about twice a year.
Okay.
Personally, probably once a week. Well, my wife takes the taxi to the airport.
Okay. Do you have a personal desire and demand to see fuel-efficient transportation options in Missoula?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Why do you care about fuel efficiency?
I care about our air quality in Missoula. I care about how much oil we use and how many different things that in our society that we use that come from oil.
Okay.
And, I personally, in the last year, have made the choice to get rid of my very inefficient car and buy a more fuel-efficient car.
Okay. Would you consider a car that gets 40 miles to the gallon to be fuel efficient?
Yeah.
EPA standards?
Yeah.
Okay. And in those infrequent times per year that you use a cab service, would you demand fuel-efficient cab service? Do you desire fuel-efficient cab service?
Yeah, absolutely.
Would you be willing to pay more money for that service?
I would.
Why is that?
It's just my belief that it's worth it, you know. I do it in all sorts of facets of my life. I pay more for organic food. I just feel that how we impact the earth is very important.
Okay. Do you think you'd be any more inclined to use a cab service if you knew that it was running on the most fuel-efficient technology available?
I would.
Are you aware of a taxi cab company in Missoula that offers that kind of service?
not aware of there being currently one.
Okay. Are there any more questions?
Mr. Wilmore?
You have no complaints about yellow cab service?
I don't.
They've been on time?
They have.
And you just prefer using hybrids?
Yeah, or just something like that, better fuel.
Something more
mileage.
fuel efficient?
Absolutely.
Okay. So it'd be more convenient for you to use a hybrid than a regular car?
Yeah.
And would you support yellow cab using hybrids?
Would I support them? Yeah, I would love to see them change cars.
And if yellow cab was using hybrids, you'd still use yellow cab service?
Yeah.
No further questions?
No questions.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Lauren.
Okay.
I'm going to call Mr. Alex Taft. And I've got a copy of his bio if you want that.
Yes. Thank you. Staff, you raise my hand. You swear the testimony about gives the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Please state your name for and spell it for the
My
recorder.
full name is Gardner Alexander Taft. T-A-F-T is the last name. G-A-R-D-N-E-R is the first name.
Alex, can you state your current occupation?
I'm retired.
Okay. Do you do anything in your free time, retirement?
Yes, I'm on the board of Mountain Lion and active in transportation issues in Missoula.
Okay. And what did you do before you retired?
I was in transportation planning and operations, starting out in the city of Boston as a traffic management assistant and rising to the mayor's transportation advisor. I've run what's called the Metropolitan Planning Organization in Wilmington, Delaware, as well as running the transportation department in Wilmington, Delaware. And my final job was running a transportation planning association in Washington, D.C.
Okay. Do you have, what was your, do you have an education that's relevant to transportation planning?
Yes, I have an undergraduate degree in commerce, business and economics, and a graduate degree in urban planning with an emphasis in transportation planning.
Okay. And in your work as a transportation planner, did you become familiar and study taxi cab service?
Yes, I did.
And in your work with Mountain Lion, are you familiar with Missoula's transportation services?
Yes, I am.
Can you describe in Missoula how taxi cabs fit into the overall transportation picture?
Well, in Missoula and elsewhere, people have various transportation options. They can, if they own a car or if they rent a car, they can use that as private transportation. Or we have a bus system that runs fairly extensively within the city and runs on some routes till, I think it's 8 o'clock at night. People can obviously walk and bike, we have bike paths. And taxi cabs, really, as a service, fall in between totally private transportation and public transportation. If you have your car, you don't have to ride with other people. You can use it whenever you want to, and it can take you door to door. And a taxi cab provides some of that services in the sense that normally it's a single passenger ride. It's so-called on-demand service. You call for the service and it comes to you, and then it takes you to your specific location. And it's, as opposed to transit, where you're going to have to take the bus when the bus is available, where it is available. So you're going to have to follow the bus schedule, and you're going to have to go to where the bus stop is, and the bus then will take you to a certain point. It may not be where you want to be, but it will be at a point where then you can go on some other means of transportation to get to your final destination. But a taxi cab service is a higher quality than transit, but not quite as high quality of owning your car in the sense of private transportation.
Okay. Typically, what demographic relies on cab service?
It would be people who didn't own a car, maybe not as healthy or as young to walk and bike, and people who have specific needs that the transit system doesn't meet. If they have to be someplace, if they have to work a second job and get home late at night, the transit system is not going to be there for them if they don't own a car. Also, some people use taxi service, even though they do own a car, they may want to, if they're taking a long trip, they don't want to leave their car at the airport and spend $6 a day, but rather save money by taking the cab to the airport. So people who don't own cars have needs beyond what the transit system covers geographically or time-wise. Or people who own a car and see it as a good quality service at lesser price than using their own car.
Okay. And are there limitations to mountain line service here in Missoula that affect the cab use? I mean, in terms of hours of operation and the extent of the service of bus service in Missoula?
Yes, generally the bus service is half-hour service. In other words, it doesn't run more frequently than every half hour stopping at each bus stop. It doesn't run late into the evening. Some of the routes run into the evening. In fact, we had to cut back that service, and then we put back the evening service when we got some more federal funds, and our ridership went up. And then, of course, the routes don't cover every location. We try to reasonably cover the locations where most people will want to go, and we actually do studies to try to find that out. But it doesn't cover geographically the whole area. For instance, to go to the airport, you have to let them know ahead of time that you want to get off at the airport, and they go off the route to do that.
What time of day does Mountain Line cease to operate?
I believe it's 8 p.m. on the routes that run in the evening, but it's normally around 6.
Okay. And you had mentioned, I think you had mentioned a couple characteristics of, when you were describing cab service, and how it fits in with the other transportation options. You mentioned on-demand and single occupancy. Can you help me understand what qualifies as on-demand taxi service?
On-demand means that, unlike the bus service, which is scheduled, the customer demands the service, and the supplier, in this case, the taxi cab company, responds to that demand. And that's what the customer expects to get when they call for the service for it to come to their door to pick them up.
And does it matter when the response is? Does it have to be, could it be that day, or does the response have to be in any sort of time frame?
Well, from the customer's point of view, if they're considering the options, say, if one option is they don't have a car, or the cost of using their car for this service because of, say, high gas prices, they want to choose a taxi cab. They want that taxi service to be better than the bus service, where they have to ride with other people, they have to go on a specific route, and they have to go at a specific time. So if we're running transit service of a half hour, and you can immediately get in your car and you own it and take off, it's somewhere between 0 time and 30 minutes.
And is the definition of what qualifies as on-demand or meeting an on-demand need, is that flexible based on how busy the taxi cab company is?
Well, it may be, but from the customer's point of view, I don't think it's the kind of service that the customer would expect. They would, just as there is a schedule for the bus and they know what that is, I think it's in the public interest that taxi riders know what they can expect as far as the quality of service that they're going to get as far as when it's going to arrive.
You mentioned single passenger. Is shared ridership a component of the taxi service that you described earlier?
It's normally not. There is shared ride taxi service for specific populations, specific customers, say elderly folks or low-income folks who can't afford the cost of cab service. So in many cities, they've decided to set up shared ride service just to keep that cost to elderly and low-income people down to a level where they still get the advantages of door-to-door service and on-demand, but they pay less because they can ride together. Washington, D.C. Allows cabs to pick up people if the first person in the cab agrees for the second person to be picked up. And that's to, I think in the city's point of view, provide more business for the cabs, as well as if they're Washington, D.C. is unique in that they don't have a specific number of cabs. Anybody basically can enter the business, and they want to encourage more on the street. But that's an unusual situation.
Okay.
Normally, cab service is single ride service.
In your view, is a response time of over 30 minutes meeting the public demand for cab service?
Well, you'd have to weigh it to the other option. And if the other option has lower quality service, i.e. you have to ride with other people, it takes you only to certain points, and that's 30 minutes, you would expect that in the range of private transportation to public transportation, that anything over that's sort of the 30 minutes would be the limit that people would accept, because they were going to be paying more for this service rather than paying for transit.
In the Missoula, the buses run every 30 minutes.
Right.
Okay. And have you studied and worked with public demand for taxi cab services in your work prior to retiring?
Yes, early in my career, I studied taxi service in 7 cities and wrote a report on that. It was back in 1978. It was the same situation where we find ourselves today as far as gas prices. Gas prices were very high, and the city was interested in finding out how the taxi cab service could contribute as an option to those who were being economically disadvantaged because of the high price of gasoline. So I went around to 7 cities in the U.S. and did a study, put a report together. And as in my other transportation positions, taxis are a normal part of transportation options that people can take.
Okay. Is there a correlation between the price of gas and the use of taxi service in your studies?
Well, that's what we.
Relevant.
Yes,
This is
I'm
getting
going to
to,
sustain the objection based on relevance.
has Mountain Line's ridership gone up as the price of gas has gone up?
Checked his relevance again.
Get into the public demand for transportation.
I'm going to grant some leeway here. I'll allow the question, but please be careful.
Okay.
Mr. Schaefer. Would you answer the question, please?
Yes, it has. It's gone up 9% over the last year.
Okay. And is there a correlation between the demand for bus service and cab service as gas prices go up?
Well, checked as a foundation and relevance.
I feel like I've been set up here, Mr. Schaefer, but I'm going to allow the question. You may answer the question.
Could you repeat the question?
Sure. Would you just noted that Mountain Line, the bus service ridership has gone up 9%. And my question was, is there a correlation between the demand for taxi service and bus service?
Yes, they are two different services that are operating under one demand structure with two different kinds of supply. So if the price of one is affected, if the price of private transportation goes up, people will look to other means. And therefore, the demand for public transportation or taxi service should go up as well, because there's fixed amount. They may choose they may choose not to make trips at all, but they may choose to change their location, but those are major decisions. But in a micro sense, when there's a change in price, there's going to be a change in demand if there are various options available.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Wilmore?
Mr. Taft, do you have any experience with Yellow Cab?
No, I don't.
And you indicated that you believe a demand will be increasing in Missoula?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any reason to believe that Yellow Cab can't meet that increased demand?
No.
I have no other questions.
Questions from staff? Mr. Taft, I would like to ask you a couple of questions, and one of the tasks that we have in the Public Service Commission is determining the adequacy of the current service. Okay. And given your background, I think this is probably something that is a proper question. Are there any benchmarks or rules of thumb for determining adequate versus inadequate or perhaps overfilled demand based on, say, the population growth? In other words, if Missoula had 80,000 people 50 or 25 years ago and now has 120, could you look at numbers like that and say, well, if 6 cabs were adequate 25 years ago, they now need 12 or whatever? Are there any rules of thumb like that that you could help the commission in this task?
Well, there are variables. It depends on the nature of that population. If that population are the types of customers to use cab service, if that was going up at a greater rate, then yes. I mean, it has to be specific to what the supply of service is, in this case, taxi cabs. Benchmarks, for instance, in Boston, they have 1,500 cabs. In New York, they have 10,000. Both those numbers have gone up over the year as, and especially in the 80s when the gas prices went up. There was a concern that there wasn't enough supply of taxi cabs. In smaller cities, cab service usually is very limited. Missoula is a little different in that you have 13,000 students here, many of who don't have cars, who use the public transit system, bike and walk, and I would assume use taxis at a greater rate than other places where the population generally has more access to an automobile. So I can't think of a specific benchmark, but the nature of Missoula is that as it carries 1 million passengers with the combined student service and the Mountain Line service each year, the nature of transportation use in Missoula is a lot different from the rest of Montana, for instance.
I believe you've told me that the problem is too complicated to come up with a benchmark.
May I ask a question? May I ask? That generates a question.
Yeah, that's my question. Staff would like to ask a question.
Just the distinction between Montana and other cities, I'd just like to follow up on that.
if I may use the term, the transportation disadvantaged use cab service quite a bit historically throughout the nation. Isn't that the case?
It is.
And that would be, as you indicated earlier, persons without a car, for example. Would that group include the elderly, handicapped, children, unemployed, students? Would that make up the bulk of that group?
It would. You also have choice riders, people who
Certainly.
who may not want to own a car and don't use the car very often, but need service like taxi service on occasion. But generally, I mean, that's what, if there is cab service in the city, that's the basic service.
I've seen surveys indicating that in various communities in this country, this category of transportation disadvantage make up over 50% of a cab company's business. Is that in line with your experience?
It is. I can give you an example. In New York City, for instance, the cab service, there wasn't enough cab service to service elderly folks who were going to the supermarket and then had to get home. They needed door-to-door service because they were infirm, couldn't walk long distances. A sort of actually illegal service started to come and pick them up and take them home for $1 because it was a very short ride, etc. The city eventually authorized that service. At first they said, you're competing with the transit system, you can't work. You're competing with a cab system, you can't work. But they found that this was a niche because of the population they were serving, and it was doing it very efficiently, that it was in the public interest to authorize that service as legal.
All right. Just one other area, if I could. You described taxi cab service where the consumer has a sense of the quality of service before they enter the cab. They know they're going to be picked up within a short period. They know that they're going to be taken somewhere within a definitive time frame. Mm-hmm. They don't always know the fare situation, though, before they enter the cab. Isn't that the case?
They do if it's published on the side of the cab, which is often the case. But that's the point where they'll know what the price is, unless they ask when they call.
Is cab service somewhat unique in the sense that once you have a cab at your door, there's very little, let's say, flexibility to reject the ride because of fare? You're going to take it, even if it costs you $1 or $2 extra. Isn't that the case?
That's true, and that's why the cab industry, while a private industry, is regulated as a public service, because at that point of contact, the supplier has the economic advantage over the person wanting the service. So there were, in the 30s, cabs started to get regulated all over the country because there was price gouging at that point or refusal to take people. So the deal between the industry and the government was that we'll regulate you so the price is regulated and the fact that you have to pick up people if they ask for service is regulated, but we'll limit the number of cabs available. So that's why in each city you have a limited number of cabs available.
Are you also familiar with certain cities in this country that have opened up cab service and it became very easy to enter into the service and they've had bad experiences as a result of that?
I don't know of bad experiences. Washington, D.C., it is open. And, you know, retirees like myself get into the business during rush hour when there's a high amount of demand, but they only work a couple of hours a day.
I see.
I don't know of any. Obviously, the economic health of the industry is a concern if you're going to increase the supply willy-nilly. But if it's to meet a demand that's perceived to be there, then it wouldn't.
Thank you, Mr. Tapp.
Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Tapp. Are you prepared, Mr. Schaefer?
Call Maggie Collington, please.
You are on the list as Maggie C. If your last name is
Collington.
Collington. Okay. Raise your right hand, please. You swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth. State your name and spell it, please, for the benefit of the court reporter.
My name is Maggie Collington, Collington.
Maggie, can you tell me what your current occupation is?
I manage the Union Club Bar. I've managed it for 10 years, and I've worked there for 16.
Okay. Why'd you come here and testify today?
I feel there's a great need in this town for more cabs. It's something I've tried to do for a long time. I went to the police about it many years ago. I've been told that they were the ones who could get another permit in this town, and I've been misled, and so that just dried up, nothing came. And it was mainly to get our customers off the streets and out from behind the wheels.
Okay. Just discussing your personal experiences as distinct from your business-related experiences. Have you had personal experiences with Yellow Cab?
Personal? When I was the bartender there, I used to work 4 or 5 nights a week. I didn't have a car when I first started there. So I'd call a cab at 2 in the morning, especially in the winter. And it could be after 3 o'clock in the morning when they came to pick me up. There could be drunks in the cab, and they'd take me home and drop me off at my house with these drunks seeing where I live. And then they did have a chap a long time ago called JC, and he was nice about it, and he would take me, he'd drop them all off first, but it was 4 in the morning before I got home, and I had to be back at work at 9 o'clock. And, it was just awful. You'd be almost in tears by 4 in the morning.
Did you ever share those experiences with Yellow Cab?
No.
Okay.
No. Other than JC, because I told him, at first it perturbed me, and when he gave me the thing all the way around town one winter, I asked him just to drop me off at the end of the street so that the people in the cab wouldn't see where my home was. Because I lived alone then.
Okay. JC was the driver?
Yeah, he's been gone for a long time.
When you said the thing all the way around town, what did you mean?
Oh, I went to apartments on this side of town and apartments on this side of town, and it was snowing. And, and I lived on Alder at the time. And so I had to do the whole loop of Missoula, which by being picked up, just before 3, it was after 4 when I got home. That was really late for me.
Okay. And have you had experiences with Yellow Cab related to your work at the Union Club?
Actually, it's only been a few weeks ago that they left the fire chief there with the firemen. And they didn't even come for them. It was 12:30, they got the call, and 2 o'clock, my bartender Jane had to ask the fire department to leave because she couldn't have them in the bar. An old lady, Dorothy, she used to come and see me. She'd come down, and she was 80 years old. She has since died, and she'd have 1 shot and a little baby beer and sit and visit with me. And then that was all she had. I'd call the cab to get her home, and 45 minutes later, I'd be back on the phone going, "Did you forget about Dorothy?" And this happens a lot. We've had only 3 Fridays ago, because I only work Friday nights now, and this is where my main experience is now. Twice a cab driver came in, and the people had gone. They'd just been left waiting to where it was, I'll tell customers, at 1:30 in the morning, I'll call a cab for you, but you'd be faster walking to where you want to go at this time of the night.
Okay. I'm going to backtrack. You mentioned the firefighter. Are you sure that firefighter actually called for a cab? You said that
the bartender called for it. Okay. I mean, it should be on record, and I don't know the exact day, but we were just talking about it, and she goes, "Oh, they left Tom Steenberg." And the firemen, well, another hour and a half later, when the guys had quite a few more to drink, there's no way they could have got in their cars, being firemen, and getting caught. And so they walked to the top of the Rattlesnake. And that was the week before Tom Steenberg had his hip replacement, so I'm sure he was quite unhappy.
You mentioned a woman, Dorothy.
Dorothy has died since she was 80 years old. This was the highlight of her day, was to come and see me in the afternoon.
What time of day would she come in?
She usually come about 2 in the afternoon. She'd stay a little while. That was all she ever had, was her little shot in her beer, and that was just a highlight. But then she'd get tired, and you'd start to see her getting sleepy. So I'd be like, "Dorothy, can I call you a cab?" And then 45 minutes later, I mean, 3 weeks ago, there was a lady in crutches at Albertsons when I went into the store. She had one of those little motorized carts. And I was going into the store, and I'd spent 45 minutes to an hour in a grocery store reading labels. And I came back out, and the young clerk was still standing. There was this woman on crutches, and the cab just pulled up. And I said to the young clerk, is that her cab just arrived? Because, I mean, I'd been in there for quite some time. And it's just, there's
And you've been describing, you've made a lot of general statements about Yellow Cab and their service. Are those, I'm kind of interested in knowing the time frame of those. Do those go all the way back to 10 years ago, or?
16 years ago. And and it's still happening now.
And when did you call the police department? with
You know,
your
I
concern
didn't
about
call
cab
them.
service?
They used to invite us to meetings.
Okay.
And so it was to discuss when we had special events in town, the Bobcat Grizzly game, what can we do, what do you feel this town needs, how can we, you know, stop the DUIs and the drunk something. So they just wanted to visit with all the bar owners, and it was at one of those meetings that I brought it up, you know, how about we get another taxi cab company, there's just not enough. You
How
know,
long
this
ago
is
was
not personal, I don't know Yellow Cab, or I've seen this gentleman once, but we just need more cabs. I mean, there's probably 80, I don't know the exact number of bars and casinos, but there's 80 odds, and you know, I'm just talking from the bar side, there's other walks of life, you know, who can discuss their problems in business, but there's no way that can accommodate that many people. You know, like even a professional man sitting in my bar at 6 o'clock at night decides to be smart and say, I want to get a cab. But if the cab doesn't come for 45 minutes, that alcohol is in his bloodstream now, he could be a gibbering idiot in 45 minutes. And chances are he gets up and you turn your back and he's gone, and chances are he's gotten in his car and driven. And this was the whole thing with the police department, was how can we, you know, get these people off the streets, how can we help with, you know, the DUIs?
Can you tell me how long ago it was, the police department meeting?
You know, I probably was about 6 years ago.
Okay. Have you ever called Yellow Cab and had the dispatcher tell you that all the cabs are busy?
Yes. One time they told me it would be an hour, and this is, obviously I'm talking over a span of years, you know, and I was like, an hour, and they said, well, we got a taxi at the airport, and we got a taxi in East Missoula and one in the shop. So at that time I was assuming, well, okay, now we only have 3 cabs in this town. You know, and 4 on a good day, 3 on a good day, I really don't know, they're just, you know.
Do you encourage your clients to use, and your guests, to call Yellow Cab?
Yeah, and you know, I don't have home free. We obviously encourage people, it's part of our jobs. But we've discovered it was cheaper for us because we have an older clientele. We have some young people on the weekends, but we pretty much have an older working, you know, business. And the previous owner had told me it was cheaper for me to pay for a cab out of the till than have the home free. I don't even know how much home free costs.
Okay. Well, a minute ago you'd said that if people ask you for a cab around 1:30 in the
we'll
morning
call
or something, but you said forget it, just walk.
Oh, you'd be fine. Well, years ago, I used to sit, the office used to be next to the Top Hat on Front Street. So if it was late at night in the winter, I'd say, why don't you go down to the office, because you can sit indoors in their office, they had like couches there, rather than stand outside in the cold, because you know, we can come out on a Saturday morning in the winter and there's people, it's 20 degrees, and they're sitting on the bench outside our bar, still waiting on the taxi cab coming, and it can be 2:45, 3 o'clock by the time we get out of there.
Okay. Is Yellow Cab meeting the needs of your guests?
I don't feel it is.
Okay.
I don't feel it meets the needs of the town, and nothing against them, it's just we need more. The town has doubled in size since I came here 28 years ago, but we still have the same one cab company, and I don't know now how many cabs they have, but it used to be 3.
Yeah. Okay. Do you have confidence that Yellow Cab can provide service to your customers at the Union Club?
No, not timely in the manner we need them, you know, to help the police and ourselves and safeguard my liquor license. I don't feel that they can.
I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Wilmore?
Thank you, Commissioner. How long ago was the personal experience you were discussing about the going around town?
And being picked up, okay, that was quite a few years ago when I was the bartender there, and I've been managing it for 10 years, and I've been married for that long, so my husband would come and get me now.
Okay.
But I don't have her here, but I've talked to my staff and I've asked them, and Robin said that she was left till 3:30 in the morning and she was feeling sick, and she said she was about in tears by the time the cab came for her. So it's not just, and there's been drugs in the cab. So, you know, it's just a little awkward. I had customers who wanted me to do a petition for this, and I said, no, these people don't want a petition. They want us to come and testify.
But your personal experience was 10 to 16 years ago?
Personal, yes, I'm not being, me personally not being picked up. I've had the other problems ongoing since.
And you've never made your complaints known to Yellow Cab? And so today
Just
would...
didn't. What are they gonna do?
Today would be the first day that they'd be hearing the complaints from you?
Yes, yes.
And I believe you said you don't really care who comes in, there just needs to be more cabs in the town?
I feel that. I feel that for a town of 69,000, that we need more than 3 or 4 cabs. I honestly don't know how many you have on the road right now, but it's still not filling up a need.
So if Yellow Cab increased the number of taxis operating, you'd be supportive of that?
Yeah, I don't care who does it. We need more. We need more taxis. We need, you know, we just need a lot more. I mean, if you figure 80 bars and casinos emptying at that time of the morning, it's hard. But you know, it happens in the afternoon too. It doesn't matter the time, but that would be a crunch time, definitely.
Are you aware that Yellow Cab's increased the number of their taxis on Fridays and Saturday nights recently?
No, I don't, because it hasn't made any difference in our bar, because like I say, it was only 3 weeks ago that twice the cab driver came in and the people had been waiting and they left. I mean, they sent us a letter saying that if we called for a cab and they came and the people had gone, that I had to pay for it out of my tills. You know, and I was like, no way. So we started telling customers to use the phone. We give them money to use the phone in the foyer so it wouldn't be us having to call.
Do you have any reason to believe that Yellow Cab's incapable of increasing the number of taxis they're operating?
I don't know that.
Do you have any reason to believe they're not willing to increase the number of taxis?
I have no idea. I've never talked to anyone. I don't know these gentlemen.
I
We've
have no
never talked
further
about
questions.
anything like that.
Staff, questions?
No questions, thank you.
I have no questions either. Thank you for your
Thank
testimony.
you.
I think we're cruising. I'm going to call Jessica Murray for a couple of questions and then see if someone else arrives.
Missoula has a program called Camp
Maybe we'll have an opportunity to call somebody.
We had to use the restroom.
Right here, you swear the testimony about to give us the truth and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Please state your name.
My name is Jessica L. Murray, M-U-R-R-A-Y.
Thank you. Jessica, is this petition exhibit, this is applicant's exhibit 107 referencing? Would you take a look at this copy?
Sure.
Are you familiar with that? Can you describe to me what that is if you are familiar with it?
I'm familiar with this. This is something that I created when my husband and I were interested in determining if there was a need for another cab service in town. I made this document up prior to attaining a lawyer. I think it was after I talked to Nikki at the Public Service Commission. She said, well, one of the good ways to see if, you know, there's public interest is by doing petitions and that type of thing. So
Okay.
I made this petition up.
And did you oversee, did you go out and seek signatures or did you see people sign that?
Yes,
petition?
I saw the majority of the signatures when they were going on there. I was handing them the pen to sign.
Okay. I would make a motion to admit applicant's exhibit 107.
Mr. Wilmore?
My objection would go to the relevancy and if it's admitted the weight, which I believe I can argue later on in my briefs.
that it deserves, you could admit it. Give it only the weight that it deserves.
Admit the evidence with no objections. Yeah. We will allow the petition to be admitted into evidence with a note that there has been an objection and the proper weight given accordingly.
Thank you. Jessica, we've introduced an exhibit that was the summary of operations, anticipated summary of operations for green taxi. I think that's applicant's exhibit 104. And part of that exhibit was a projected cash flow. Have you and Mick determined what you're going to charge for cab service in Missoula?
We have not determined what we're going to charge for cab service in Missoula. We have strongly discussed the meter system.
Okay.
As opposed to the zone system.
Why have you been exploring the meter system as opposed to the zone system?
In doing our research with the public on this issue, the zone system, it doesn't seem to accommodate everyone's needs financially at times according to where they're being picked up and where they're being dropped off. I can't really speak to the zone very much. From what I understand is that if you're kind of farther away from the city town, your fare is going to be larger automatically. So like if you were going to get picked up out at the Y, you're automatically looking at something, between $10 and $20, even if you had to go from the Y and then across the street to the, from the Flying J's at the Y over to the Flintstone, Jellystone, RV park on the other side. And so that was, it just doesn't seem to meet the elderly, the population that doesn't have a lot of money. That's where the meter system kind of came into play as we were thinking about those people.
Are you concerned about making your service affordable?
Very concerned about making it affordable, but very concerned about not harming Yellow Cab or Medicab at all. So we do not want to undercut them by any means.
And have you had conversations with shipper witnesses who are not going to testify here today?
I have had conversations with several shipper witnesses that will not attend today.
Okay. Why are those witnesses not testifying today?
Objection, speculation.
Based on, I'll let you read.
Yeah, we'll sustain the objection. The contestants don't have an opportunity to cross-examine.
You stated you did have conversations with shipper witnesses who are not here, who are not going to be appearing today.
Yes, I did.
What were your feelings about the public need for taxi cab service after those conversations?
I would object and ask the commission to limit any hearsay.
The question doesn't call for hearsay, it calls for the witness's personal feelings.
We will sustain the objection. Her feelings are not the issue here. I think we're looking for facts, we're looking for evidence.
Thank you. I have no further questions for Ms. Murray.
Mr. Fillmore.
Thank you. Ms. Murray, you're not on the application for authority in this matter, are you?
I'm not sure. I would assume that when my husband applied, I was involved since our assets are all tied together. But I don't know if per se he put my name on it.
Would you be surprised if I told you your name wasn't on it?
I wouldn't be as surprised because every time it comes in the mail, it says Michael Murray, so I guess that's just why. But I'm committed to this process.
And you did a lot of the witness recruiting, didn't you?
Objection, relevance.
I'm sorry, I was reading something.
The question was that you did a lot of the witness recruiting, didn't you? And he's objecting on the basis of relevance. I think she should be allowed to testify on that.
You think you should?
Yeah, but
We will allow the question.
Thank you.
Witness recruiting. Yes, I did participate as a team member in witness recruiting.
May I approach the witness?
You may approach.
Would this also, just for the record, I'd like to object that this goes beyond the scope of the direct examination as well.
I can hear you.
that is true.
Yeah, that is true.
Does that mean you're sustaining the objection?
Could we see the document that you're going to present here? All right. Could we have a moment, please? All right. So. Okay, let's go.
The question is whether or not Mr. Schaefer has asked the questions of the comment in the gambit, if you will, of the question on this.
Whether he asked a question is not
That
asked.
that will cover this subject matter.
So that's we do.
Well, I'm saying. Right. Ask questions of this issue.
So we good.
I think you should be allowed to ask questions.
Mr. Schaefer, we will allow the questions.
Okay, thanks.
Can you take a look at that? It's been proposed, Protestants Exhibit 202.
Okay.
Can you tell me what that document is?
This is a document, or an email document that I created at 8:44 in the morning and the 4th of December, prior to retaining Ryan Schaefer as our lawyer in this case.
Is that a true and accurate copy of your email?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Thank
Yes.
I would move to admit Exhibit 202.
Mr. Schaefer?
I don't have an objection.
Do you want me to give a copy to the reporter?
Do you have another copy?
I do not have another copy. I can give you my copy.
Yeah,
We'll give this to the court reporter.
Okay.
Exhibit 202 will be admitted into the record.
And in that email, did you indicate that you don't really have to use the taxi service, just see what their answer is to your request?
I indicated that in the email, yes.
Okay. And now, I believe you've also were quoted in a local newspaper saying that you just want to pick up the slack.
Objection goes beyond the scope of direct examination again.
I believe she has testified that she didn't want to harm Medicab or Yellow Cab in any manner, and I believe that could be referred to as picking up the slack.
I agree. Yeah, it is a statement of the witness that is being asked to be confirmed, and I will allow the question.
Sorry. No.
Have you previously said that you want to pick up the slack?
Yes.
And what slack are you referring to?
I'm talking, when I talk about slack, I'm talking about customers that are unwilling to wait past the 30 minutes and find alternative transportation, and maybe they indicate that to dispatch when the dispatch says it's going to be over 30 minutes, and they say, oh, I'm going to find a different ride then that way.
there any reason that yellow cab couldn't pick up the slack just as well as green taxi could?
Yes, there is a reason why they can't, because they haven't.
If they were willing to add more cabs, would you feel that that would be picking up the slack?
No, I wouldn't, because I don't feel that I can trust anything that they say, because I've heard from community members that they've indicated that they were willing to accommodate the public need as it had grown, and that people were still hearing reports that they had the same number of cars on the road, and that's been consistent for over 15 years.
So are you aware that they increased the number of vehicles in 2002 for Friday and Saturday nights?
I'm not.
Are you aware that they recently increased the number of vehicles for Friday and Saturday nights?
I'm not.
Do you feel that if in fact they did increase the number of vehicles, that that would be showing a willingness to meet the public need?
If they did in fact, can you say the question again? Sorry.
If you said you weren't aware that they have indeed increased the number of vehicles. If it holds true that they have increased the number of vehicles, would you agree that Yellow Cab has showed a willingness to meet the public need?
No, they're not willing to meet the public need just by adding a couple more vehicles. That's not enough for me.
What more would they have to do?
They'd have-
Argumentative.
I'm going to ask the witness to answer the question, and please wrap it up.
So you're asking me to say if, you're asking the question, what's the question again? Say that. I don't want to.
My last question that was objected to was, what more would they have to do?
Oh, okay. What more would they have to do in order to show a willingness to provide the service that this community needs? What more would they have to do? Well, I think it would be a good thing to start with maybe a customer service phone number in the cabs. So if individuals feel scared or threatened or don't have good service, that there's a complaint customer line that they'd be able to respond to. Some of the witnesses had indicated that they had never, when they had asked where to give feedback, that there wasn't a number readily available, and so they were intimidated to call the dispatch and say it directly that way. So that would be one way, is to really allowing yourself to hear from the public and be a public service. And how do you do that is providing an opportunity for customer feedback and customer support. Several shipper witnesses will be testifying to that, and I feel like that's a really big issue. So it's not just about cars, it's about the whole picture.
I've got no further questions.
Staff have questions?
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Murray?
Oh, sorry, I thought you had no questions.
I'm looking at the question, or the statement on your petition, and I'll read this. Would you read that statement?
The top. By signing this petition, I believe that there is a need for an alternative, more fuel-efficient carrier service in the Missoula area.
Does that state your primary reason for wanting to get into the taxi business?
No, I believe that the reason I wanted to get into the taxi business comes from my background in social work and being interested in community needs and community welfare. And I'm interested in supporting my husband, and my husband is very passionate about global warming issues, fossil fuels, and he's very concerned about the Missoula community. I get shoved aside every single morning for the newspaper being his first priority. So that's where I'm coming from. That's what my interest is. Like I said, I wrote this petition, or generated this petition prior to having legal counsel, and I didn't know what really language to use, but I knew that what we wanted to do was provide an exclusive hybrid taxi. And so I was trying to identify a need for that specific service. And in generating this, I was hoping that I would be hearing about shipper witnesses through the existing services as well.
I'm going to pass you Exhibit 104, which is, I believe, your exhibit. And on the second page, it would appear that, if I'm reading that correctly, that you're anticipating revenues of over $8,000 a month in order to meet the expenses at the bottom.
That I'm going to have expenses of $8,000 a month, yes.
So you would have to generate $8,000, in order to break even, you'd have to generate $8,000 per month. I honestly don't know the answer to this question, but what does that mean in terms of the volume of business?
You know, I'm a little bit of a numbers person, not a big numbers person, but what I did was I asked my lawyer for some figures that had been released from the other service provider. I looked at the, well, maybe I should back up. This is what I'm expecting to generate per month, the $15,565. So I anticipate a surplus of $7,470 per month by my estimated revenues that I will generate. How I'm estimating those revenues is by the disclosed annual gross nets of the other servers adjusted for percentage gross, because they didn't give us the most recent one, so they gave us 2003, 2004, 2005. I figured out the percentage of growth that they had sustained for those between those 2 years, projected it into 2007, divided it by 12. That's how I projected what we were going to make.
Am I correct in that you're telling me that you took the gross amount of revenue from
Percentage of that gross.
a percentage?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
To reduce that number for?
Yes, I took their annual revenues, and I think I either took 25 or 30% of that. Then I projected it up for the next 2 years, 2006, 2007, divided by 12.
Under the line credit card service, I think it is, in the top.
Credit card reader?
Reader, would you agree with me that that number is overstated?
Yeah, in the total section. Yes, very, very bad, what do you call that? Typo. I'm sorry. The cost per item would have been $750, so the credit card reader for 2 would be $1,500, and I wrote $7,500. I apologize.
Thank you for your testimony.
Sure.
Any further questions for her?
Are there witnesses that you was?
There should be one coming probably within 5 minutes.
I'll take a break at this point until 11:30, and then we will go until 12:15 if you are prepared to go that far.
I do have a witness that we can call in 5 minutes if no one else is here.
Okay. Okay. And we will continue with witnesses from the petition.
I'd like to call, thank you, Brandon Vial.
Mr. Vial, would you raise your right hand? Swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and the whole truth?
I swear that the testimony I'm about to give is the truth and the whole truth.
Thank you very much. Would you state your name, please?
My name is Brandon Vial.
Brandon, how long have you lived in Missoula?
I've lived in Missoula all but 2 years of my life. I'm 28, so probably, 26 years.
Okay. And do you use Yellow Cab? Have you used Yellow Cab since you've lived in Missoula?
Yes, sir, absolutely. Used it regularly during college, and even now, periodically I do use it to either get to various appointments or to friends' houses, things like that. Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you able to drive?
No, sir.
So what do you rely on for your transportation?
There's several means of transportation that I use, either if I can schedule it with friends or family members to have them do it. Also, I use the paratransit bus system that is in town and the regular fixed route system, and then, of course, Yellow Cab.
Okay.
So,
Have you ever experienced long wait times with Yellow Cab?
absolutely. I would say the average is usually between generally 20 to 30 minutes. There have been, of course, cases where it's been longer than that. I think the longest I ever waited was something like probably an hour and a half, 2 hours.
Okay. So generally pretty timely service in your experience?
True.
Did you have a particular experience that stood out in your mind?
Yes, sir. I was still in college. I must have been roughly a sophomore. And I actually took voice lessons at the Children's Theater downtown. There was a gentleman who had an office in that building, and so I would go there to do voice lessons once a week. And so I got done with a voice lesson one week, and I called up Yellow Cab and told them I will be at the entrance facing Dell's place. If they could send a cab to get me, that's fine. And the gentleman says, well, we're very busy. It'll be probably 45 minutes or so before we can get to you. I said, that's fine. So I waited 45 minutes or an hour, and nobody showed up. So I called up the cab company, and they said, well, we're very busy. We told you we're very busy, but we'll get to you when we can get to you. And I said, well, that's fine. I just wanted to check and make sure that, you know, things were still okay, that I'm still on the docket. And so I waited about maybe another half hour, something like that. Nobody shows up. So I called up, and I was told, well, you know, we're still very busy, but we'll get to you. It'll be, you know, 15, 20 minutes or so. So I wait maybe 10, 15 minutes, and there's a page over the intercom system, and they said, would Brandon Vile please report to the vestibule? Now, for those of you who have never been in the Children's Theater, maybe some of you have, the vestibule is on the complete opposite end of the building from where I was located, which, that's fine, okay. So it takes me 2 or 3 minutes, 4 minutes to get across that building to the vestibule. By the time I get there, the cab has left. So I call them back, and I'm informed that it would be probably another 20 minutes or so. I said, well, that's fine. So 20 minutes or so, 20, 25 minutes, maybe 30 minutes goes by. So by this time, it's been about 2 hours. And nobody shows up, so I called the cab company. And I said, well, you know, the cab has not shown up. And the dispatcher says, well, are you telling me that my cabbie wasn't there? And I said, well, yes, sir. That's precisely and exactly what I'm telling you. And I was hung up on.
Okay, so that's just one experience, and you said you've had lots of acceptable experiences with Yellow Cab as well.
True.
Okay. How many times do you think you've waited over half an hour for a cab?
Ooh. Probably somewhere, I would say, at a guess, there may be more, maybe less, but at a guess, probably 8 to 10 at least, somewhere in there.
Are you confident that when you call Yellow Cab that you're going to be picked up within half an hour?
Honestly, if they tell me half hour, I generally budget for 45 minutes. If they tell me 20 minutes, I budget for, I budget for about the same, same time. If they tell me half hour, it's 45. If they tell me 20 minutes, it's, something like that. I mean, I kind of budget about 15 minutes to a half hour out from whatever they tell me. Usually they're there promptly, but, my experiences have taught me that, you bring a book. Because if they're busy, you're waiting.
Okay. How often do you estimate you call where they say that all their cabs are busy?
I would say, again, probably somewhere in that 8 to 10 times range. And,
8 to 10
it varies.
ever, or
in a year, I would say in a year, that seems probably fairly accurate. I mean, that's at a guess. Of course, it may be a little less, it may be a little more, but it's at a guess.
Okay. I'm going to switch gears on you.
Okay.
Did you work at the YWCA in Missoula?
I did. For 1 year, I worked through AmeriCorps. I worked at the YWCA for what, I believe it was 2005 through 2006. I did work with the YWCA. Basically, my job was to help do primary prevention of teen dating violence. That is to say, we had a program where we were trying to prevent it before it occurred. But one of my other things that I did witness while I was there and did work with while I was there is this. There are a lot of women who were trying to escape from abusive relationships or abusive situations. And one of the things that we encourage those women to do is to create basically what amounts to a safety plan. They have everything such as a social security card, license, all those things together. And when they finally have those things together and they have a moment of opportunity, we urge them to either go to a neighbor's house, call a cab, do something to get away from the residence of their abuser. I know of personal cases where women called for cabs and were unable to get a cab, either because A, the people were slightly outside of the yellow cab jurisdiction, or B, there were no cabs available. All of those cabs were busy, and so the women were forced to wait for a cab at least 20 minutes to a half hour, if not more. And of course, then they run the risk of their abuser coming back and their moment is gone, and who knows how much longer they may have to sit there and wait for another moment. And then in that case, they're forced to endure all manner of things, which I shan't get into here, but
Thank you.
I saw some pretty bad stuff.
Okay. I'm going to switch gears on you again. Do you have a personal need and desire for a fuel-efficient taxi cab option in Missoula?
Absolutely, for a number of reasons. Of course, because I don't drive, that limits my options. In that case, I'm at the behest of other services to get me around. And essentially my concern is this. In my experience, Yellow Cab, and this is not bashing the company, but it is a question of providing the best service that you can. And I don't know that, my concern is that I'm not sure that Yellow Cab has grown to meet the needs of its community. With between 60 and 80,000 people in this city at any point in time, it varies depending on whether the university is in session. I've heard numbers ranging from anywhere from 40 to 80,000 people. And usually, from my understanding, there are between about 3 and 4 cars on duty at any given time. That's just, the math doesn't add up. And I am sure that there are people who are not being served simply because the number of cars is not there.
Okay.
So I would say, yeah, there is a need for another option. Yes, sir.
Okay. And my question was, do you care? Do you have a need? Do you have a desire?
And absolutely.
As a taxi cab user in Missoula for fuel efficient
And absolutely.
taxi cab service.
Absolutely.
Why is that?
Because I think, again, there's another point here, which is environment. I mean, we're talking, of course, better fuel efficiency, we're talking cleaner burning. So yeah, absolutely. I'm all for things that are environmentally conscious. I'm all for for people having other options. And I need that myself. I want that choice. So absolutely.
Why do you want that choice?
Again, I think it's important that people have options. The more options you have, the better. I think there's a couple different points there. Again, we pointed out the environmentally conscious element, but I also think there's this. If you have options, it spurs both of those companies to be better companies, to improve their services, to match the other person, to help increase their level of service. So I think that's the important side, and why that's important to bring in that other option. Simply that it gives me the sense of dependability of knowing that I'll have that option. If one is busy, I'll have another one, I have another option. It gives me the dependability as somebody who doesn't drive to know that I'll I'll be able to go where I need, when I need to get there.
Okay.
So,
Okay, thank you.
Move on. Thank you. Is it Vile?
Vile, yes, sir.
Okay. Hi, Mr. Vile. Now, you said you've had a lot of good experiences with Yellow Cab,
True,
and on average, they're there within about 20 to 30 minutes.
generally speaking.
Okay. And now you discussed an isolated incident with the children's theater. When did that occur?
Oh, again, I must have been a sophomore, so it would have been, let's see, I started in '98, probably 2000 or 2001, roughly, I'd guess.
Have you ever made your complaints known to Yellow Cab's management?
Not to the management themselves, however, I have spoken with a number of the cabbies regarding the issue, and they have stated that they would pass on that information. So, I mean, those complaints have been made known to the company through various routes, yes, sir.
And so you think that Yellow Cab needs to expand its services?
Absolutely.
And if they added more cabs, would you be satisfied?
Possibly, but I don't think that that's the entire root of the issue. It's a question, I think, as I pointed out previously, about having options. As much as it is increasing the size of one's company, it's also about having other options. So I think that's the other point that I would raise to you.
So it'd be more convenient to have more options?
I thoroughly believe so. Yes, sir.
And you'd prefer to ride in a hybrid rather than a
I would support a business that is environmentally conscious. Yes, sir.
Okay. And would you support Yellow Cab if they were using hybrid vehicles?
Again, certainly I would consider it. However, again, my point is, I think as I stated before to the previous gentleman, the option, of course, it's about options, and it's also about the willingness and essentially it's about knowing that a company is going to carry through with its word. And I thoroughly believe that this new company is going to carry through with its word. I believe that they're going to do what they say they're going to do, and that's important to me. So I would point that out to you. And again, it is, as I stated, the more options, the better. So
I have no further questions.
No questions. I have no questions. Thank you for your testimony.
thank you, sir.
I hate to change on you. I propose that we take an early lunch because Mr. Zeiler's testimony is going to take at least 45 minutes, and that would put us
12:30.
12:30. Is everybody still comfortable with that? I know you said you were previously.
I would say that it's up to, I would just soon have the testimony now, and then we'll take, I think what we'll do is take the testimony and open it up, and then take a lunch, and then open it up for public comment.
Great, okay. I'll call Steve Zeiler.
Would you raise your right hand? You swear the testimony you're about to give us truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
State name, please.
Stephen Zeiler.
Steve, can you tell me what your current occupation is?
Temporarily employed at a warehouse.
I'm going to ask you to speak up too, because I know that you're kind of talking towards me. And
Okay.
I want to make sure that Commissioner Mood and Mr. Payne can hear you.
Okay.
So you said you're currently employed where?
Temporarily employed at a warehouse.
Okay. And before that, where were you employed?
Yellow Cab.
Yellow Cab in Missoula?
Yes.
Okay. What were your responsibilities at Yellow Cab?
I was a driver, and responsibilities include picking up people, transporting them safely, assisting them if they need. A lot of times we would assist seniors, people in wheelchairs, and walkers, and things of that sort. So fully encompassed type of social work and driving.
Okay. And how long were you employed there?
Approximately 10 months.
How was your record? How was your work record at Yellow Cab?
I thought it was excellent.
Were you ever late to a shift?
I think we worked about 170 days, and 169 of those days I was 15 minutes early, and maybe one day I was a couple minutes late.
Okay.
That's documented.
Any accidents?
No.
Did you ever get a performance evaluation?
No. I mean, occasional verbal compliments, but no written evaluation.
Okay. Do you enjoy your job with Yellow Cab?
I enjoy the work tremendously, the type of work that it is, absolutely.
What did you enjoy about it?
Just the fact that I'm qualified to provide safe service, and the fact that I really enjoy social work combine two elements into something that I could do for many years.
What do you mean social work?
Well, so often you would literally assist somebody who's a victim of a stroke, and you would assist her with her husband, removing the wheelchair, helping her get into the front seat of the cab, putting the wheelchair in the trunk. A lot of things that some people could take for granted, you bet.
Do you have a history of doing social work?
I have experience with MDSE and AWARE and Home Instead and different types of work, you bet.
Okay. And how did your term of employment come to end at Yellow Cab? Well, first tell me when, I guess.
April 16th.
April 16th? Okay. And what happened?
I was accused of insubordination and theft.
Okay. And what was the explanation? What was the insubordination?
It said that I didn't charge wait time when I should have, and I collected that money and didn't report it.
Okay. Had you been approached about insubordination or anything related to that prior to that day?
Not once.
And you're saying you were alleged to have taken wait time, not
Right.
charged it, but kept it in your own pocket?
Right, one of the unwritten policies is to use your best judgment on wait time.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yes.
Did you take wait time? Did you not charge wait time and keep the money yourself?
No.
Okay. When did you learn about the Murray's application?
I saw it in the Independent, I think it was the first week or two in March.
When did you contact them?
I contacted them soon after I saw it. I thought it was encouraging.
That was before you were terminated.
Yeah, probably 5 or 6 weeks ago.
And why did you contact the Murrays?
Because I was excited about new competition coming into town. I thought it was excellent that there was somebody coming into town with vehicles that average more than 10 miles a gallon. I thought it was excellent to see a change, and reflecting the needs of the citizens that I had met over the past 10 months, I knew there was a need.
Okay. Why are you testifying here today?
I'm here because I speak for the people in this city that don't have a voice. And there are many people out there that are not able to get to these types of forums due to the lack of public transportation. So,
How do you know those people exist?
I've met over 2,500 people in the city in the past 10 months, and I've become close to a lot of them.
How have you met those people?
Through the CAP.
Through working for
Yeah,
Yellow Cab?
absolutely. It's been a tremendous experience in terms of meeting people and getting to know them as well.
Mr. Zeiler he's prepared a personal statement that he wanted to make, and I'd like to allow him just a couple minutes to do that.
Personal statement going to?
It's like a public comment, his personal comment for the record, and then I'm going to continue with some questions.
That's fine, you may proceed. We will, of course, allow Mr. Wilmore the opportunity to cross-examine you.
Okay.
Okay. You may proceed.
And this, the Missoulian will have a portion of this in the editorial as well. In my 10 months with Yellow Cab, I met a great many people, and I assert that the questions I'm addressing here today are coming from those citizens of Missoula. Those citizens who need to be speaking today, but due to an ailing system of transportation or fear of losing access to that transportation are only here in spirit, and their patience is running thin. This hearing is not just a format for deciding whether there's a problem. Contrarily, this meeting needs to define that problem quickly so we can get on with the business of serving the city and addressing the needs of its citizens with ethical, proactive, environmentally sensitive solutions. I'll speak of things that I know and hope to hear from people who know even more. And perhaps bright light will be shed upon the issues that have been left unaddressed long before I became aware of them as an employee of Yellow Cab. In June 2006, I brought 150,000 miles of violation-free, accident-free driving experience, along with a strong dedication to social work, to a position available with Yellow Cab. Within a few weeks of my first day, I noticed a deep-rooted frustration and skepticism among many repeat customers. After realizing there was no infrastructure for dealing with customer concerns, I approached the owner about it in July 2006. His response was, quote, "The customers are fine." And he went on to explain how he would fight anyone in court that tried to compete with his business. For the next 9 months, I established close relationships with many customers, and I became a sounding board for customer concerns and frustrations. After all, they were paying my wages, and they deserved someone to listen. The concerns ranged from late pickups resulting in missed appointments with no fare discount, unreasonable fares, especially when out-of-zone calculations apply, being overcharged without oversight or regulation, ridiculously long wait times, and a complete disregard for the customer's dissatisfaction. This service is funded individually by customers, and it to have no customer service practice implemented in the 70-odd years of its existence is appalling. So often there are no spare cabs to replace the ones needing work, that the driver and dispatcher sacrifice safety and common sense in order to serve the customer in the quickest way possible. The customer should not have to ride in a cab without a speedometer or a horn or with a broken driver's seatbelt, that is, unless they have no other option. They should not have to wait over an hour without a phone call, only to find that they're going to pay full fare to share a cab with strangers, and perhaps delay their arrival even further, unless the business is a monopoly and the customer has no choice but to continue using it. Now, everyone in this room would safely assume that all cabs have a spare tire and a jack. Conversely, no cabs are equipped, due to the constant need for additional luggage space, due to the constant demand for multiple strangers in one cab paying multiple fares. All of these factors contribute to a disappointing first or last impression of this service. Here are a few of the questions that the customers have been asking me since last June. Why do intoxicated customers sometimes wait up to 2 hours on the weekends for a safe ride home from the bar? This makes the home free program laughable and our streets deadly when patience runs out and they choose to get behind the wheel instead. Why does the elderly woman in a wheelchair in Milltown pay no less than $36 to go 1 block to and from the Milltown market? It's a good thing the $1.50 per grocery bag fee was eliminated by previous conscientious employees. When the zone map was created about 50 years ago, Missoula was nowhere near its current size. Why doesn't the zone map reflect the Missoula of today? Why does a new Missoula resident on Expressway pay $15 to go to the airport for work, even if she gets picked up late? Why is it impossible for her to set an appointment for 5 days a week service? What she doesn't know is that there are only 2 to 4 vehicles per 11-hour shift, serving the entire city of Missoula and the 50-mile radius outside of Missoula, with a demand for, I'd say, 125 to 150 fares per day. And that passenger will not know how long the wait will be because, and this is a constant criticism, there is no protocol for contacting customers. The fact that there is no competition leaves the customer with no choice but to wait without being contacted and pay full fare when a cab finally arrives. And why are there 2 unwritten policies leaving the customer more befuddled? One charges $1 for each additional passenger, and one lets the driver use his best judgment and perhaps waive the 50-cent a minute wait time. The zone map shows neither of those policies. Imagine if I had charged wait time on the $65 fare we charged one man for his 14 miles of service. Violence may be an understatement in that situation. I was terminated for not charging wait time on April 16th, but waiving the fee was allowed when I transported the $65 fare. Befuddling indeed. Why is there no way to know what the correct fare is, especially if you're visiting Missoula or attending the university or going through macular degeneration and this is your first time dealing with cab service? With no meters, cash only, no paper trail that's documented except what's handwritten, receipts written on business cards with no copy for dispatch, and no set gauge for all rides, the passenger could be charged any amount with no publicly displayed formula to trace the calculations. Why is the zone map not required to be clearly posted for customers to see and calculate? For the drivers who are dishonest, they stain any good intent from the honest ones. And I would say that the drivers in general have good intent. What's imperative to remember is that we have to assume deceit and create checks and balances to prevent dishonesty. Otherwise, the customer has no choice but to question the integrity of the whole operation. When international students at the university are repeatedly charged at least $5 more than their fare should have been, they begin to ask questions when they are charged less for the same pickup and drop-off. Imagine trying to explain to a customer why they were charged $12 for their last ride to Salvation Army, while this ride cost only $7. Last week, a story was printed in the paper regarding cab service. I wrote this testimony before it was printed So I hope the message received was one of hope and solutions. I have been trapped between the customer, the media, an old company, and a new company, only to find myself unwaveringly embracing the needs of old customers and new friends. Without competition, we cover our ears and close our eyes, and the loudest, most desperate voice in our community becomes silent and invisible. And this issue will not go away, and as Missoula grows, it will only worsen if it is allowed to continue unchecked. That statement, I tried to get the Independent to print. I hope they did. For with the free flow of creativity, ideas, and entrepreneurship, this city will be served where wheelchairs, walkers, pedestrians, skateboarders, cyclists, trolleys, buses, trains, cars, and yes, cabs will work to set an example worthy of framing within the Sustainable Business Council.
I'm just going to follow that up with some questions and we can cross. Okay, so while you were working with Yellow Cab, did your riders ever make complaints?
Yes.
How would you describe your response? Were you surprised? Were you alarmed by the dissatisfaction?
I thought it was disturbing that after so many years, decades of service, that the customers felt like they had no voice and no choice.
Did you keep track of the complaints you received?
I kept my own little file that I kept at home, just people that I met, their concerns, anything about them that I could continue to keep in touch with them because there was no customer service infrastructure.
What were the most common complaints that you heard?
Objection here, Sam.
Yes, we allow very wide latitude here, and I would agree it is hearsay. So
I don't want him to testify to the truth of those complaints. I just want him to testify to what he heard, which is not hearsay.
Mr. Schaefer, you are not, you are asking him not for the truth of the statements that were made?
Not for the truth of the complaints, but just whether he heard the complaints.
And if, are you going to ask him what types of complaints he heard?
I'm going to let him describe them.
And
And
what is the relevance of the
He was a
of the
driver.
answers?
He was a driver for Yellow Cab, and it goes to whether he was hearing complaints from customers or not. Adequacy of service.
Schaefer, I'll let you go down this path a short ways.
Okay. You said you kept track of complaints that you heard.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Which complaints did you hear?
The most common was late pickups, missed appointments, expensive fares, multiple rides in one cab. Those cycled throughout my 10-month.
Okay, let's leave it at that. Did you talk to Bob Gray about those complaints?
I expressed the concerns back in July 2006. I said, your customers have concerns. And it seemed that he was not concerned about the concerns based on his statement that the customers are fine. It shocked me that he would not want to know that his revenue is coming from these customers, and he would want to know how the customers are doing.
Do you think that customers who had complaints always voiced them?
No.
Why is that?
Number one, I think people had given up on complaining. They felt no resolution. The protocol was maybe go through dispatch and maybe it would get to Bob. Or if there was a fear of losing service. If there's only one outfit in town and something is being said, the odds of you not getting served because we heard what you said about us, we're not going to pick you up and we have that right to do so. I think that created a fear in a lot of people.
Okay. And you stated in your statement that you felt that people were being overcharged from time to time. Why did you believe that people were being overcharged?
They told me. I can explain.
Okay, go ahead.
I became proactive, and I let the customer know before we traveled 1 foot. I asked them if they knew what the fare was. And when they told me, I let them know, actually, it's less, and I can show you how the fare is calculated because you need to know. And a lot of times, students would let me know, a destination that was familiar to them and new to me, they would give me too much money, and I would have to return the extra money to them. Because they didn't know, they thought the fare that was being paid was the correct fare.
And it was actually less.
It was actually less.
Based on your personal experiences as a yellow cab driver for 10 months, do you believe that yellow cab has a reputation in Missoula?
I don't think the reputation is good.
Are you aware of people who once used yellow cab and no longer use it?
Yes.
Do you have any idea of how many people there are that fit that category?
It's hard to pinpoint an accurate figure, but when you get to know somebody over time, say they're going to a job or they're going to their appointments, and then you find that they're no longer taking the service, you can deduce that based on late pickups and missed appointments, that they found an option that gets them where they need to be on time. And that's the foundation of any cab service, is to be on time.
Based on your experience as a cab driver for yellow cab, do you think there's an additional public need?
Absolutely.
For cab service?
Absolutely.
I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Lomar, do you have cross-examination?
I do. And Mr. Zeiler, you were fired from Yellow Cab, weren't you?
Yes.
And you were fired for dishonesty?
That was the accusation, yes.
And almost immediately after you were fired, you were listed as a witness for green taxi?
I don't know.
Now, Mr. Zeiler, I've left you many messages and have tried to contact you, haven't I?
Yeah, I work during the day, so I haven't returned the calls because when you call, I'm working.
And you returned one of my calls in early May, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
And so what was the reason for not returning any of my other calls?
I'd let you know that I'd try and contact you, and I figured I'd meet you in person.
So, what did you do to prepare for your testimony today?
This is my statement.
Did you talk to Mr. Schaefer?
Objection, that's privilege.
As far as I know, Mr. Zeiler isn't Mr. Schaefer's client.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a privileged conversation. You can answer the question.
Yes.
What did you two discuss?
We discussed today's hearing. We discussed the truth.
Did you discuss what you were going to testify today about?
He has seen this, and we went over, and this is my story. Actually, this is the story from the city.
Did you ever approach any former employees of Yellow Cab?
Regarding what?
Regarding this case?
No. Oh, I'm sorry, former employees, like
Yes.
employees that still work there, or employees?
Former employees.
Yes.
And who did you talk to?
I talked to Christy and Victor.
And why did you approach those employees or former employees?
I wanted to let them know that number one, there's a story being told. Number two, there's hope in the future, and they had insight into so much more than I ever had insight into, and they were encouraged of the visit, by the visit.
What's your relationship with Green Taxi?
Very new.
Have they offered you anything to testify today?
In what regard?
Have they offered you employment?
Not for testifying, no.
If Green Taxi's granted authority, has there been any indication that you would be offered employment as a driver?
Yeah.
How long have you been a Montana resident?
2003.
Now, isn't it true that you collect fares before giving the ride from the passengers?
It's up to the passenger. I let them know what the fare is before we go 1 foot.
But isn't it Yellow Cab policy to collect the fares up front?
It's an unwritten policy.
But it is a policy.
So the policy that Yellow Cab has is use your own judgment on collecting fares. If you don't collect the fare and you trust the person to have the money when you get there, you pay for the fare. So it's use your best judgment. If I know somebody who's been taking a cab for 3 years and spent $10,000, I'm not going to ask for her money up front, okay? So use your best judgment.
Are you happy with Yellow Cab at this point?
Am I happy with him?
Yeah.
I think there's a learning curve. I think that Yellow Cab has a lot of learning to do in terms of how it treats its customers and how it understands the basics of public service. And the basics of public service to me is reaching out to the community and saying, we're collecting your money, how are we doing so far? And I don't believe that's happening.
Do you have any sort of grudge for them firing you?
I will address that in a future date.
Do you plan on filing an action against Yellow Cab?
I don't know.
I have no further questions.
Question from
I'd like,
staff?
I'd like to redirect.
Do you have any questions?
I do not.
Okay, I have no questions. Redirect?
Thank you. What date again did you contact the Murrays?
It was the independent, first or second week in March.
Okay. And were you currently employed with Yellow Cab at that point?
Yes.
Were you happy with Yellow Cab while you were working for Yellow Cab?
I was frustrated.
Okay. Do you consider yourself a competent cab driver?
Absolutely.
Would you be a good candidate to drive a cab if anybody was thinking to start a cab company?
Absolutely.
Do you know the town pretty well?
Very well.
Okay. No questions, thanks.
No recross.
Witness, thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Go to lunch?
We're on time.
Great.
We will break for lunch for exactly an hour and 5 minutes, so we'll reconvene at 1:15.
And open up public comment at that time?
Testimony of the petitioner, Mr. Schaefer.
Were we going to go with public comment now?
Yes, we will.
I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I had announced that, sorry, I forgot that. Is there any member of the public who is not otherwise a party to the case who would like to make a comment at this point in time?
Randall's not here.
Yeah, if you would come forward, sure. Yeah. Yeah, please proceed and state your name.
My name is Jerry Brander. Statement.
Sure.
I've been a customer of Yellow Cab since 2001. Became a customer while bartending, while attending the university. I use the service on a regular basis, all different times of day and night. I never saw any unreasonable wait times other than on special occasions such as a Super Bowl or graduation. I get experience having to share rides. The one time in particular was New Year's Eve. And I've got to say I was way more happy to have those drunks in the car with me than coming at me in a different car. Since that time, I've become friends with Bob and Corey Gray. So I watch what they do with their business at Yellow Cab. Bob's very conscientious about having his cabs kept up and maintained. He keeps a mechanic on a regular basis. He's always got a car there. He keeps good tires on his cars. I've never
never been afraid in one of his cars. I know a lot of his drivers by sight, not by name. They've never been anything except polite, courteous. If they do happen to have another passenger, they're quick to explain that I've got to drop this person off before I can get you where you're going. I have not had a bad experience with them before I knew the grades or since. I guess that's all I'd like to say this time.
Thank you very much. Now we will continue with the...
I'd like to say something, sir.
Oh, sure, step forward.
Here's just the beginning. I'm Kevin Sandberg, and I drive for Yellow Cab. I've been a driver for Yellow Cab for 5 years. When I first came to this company, it was ran by a manager who, in my personal opinion, was just a tyrant. Ruthless, had no idea how to run a public. He has been dismissed, excused, whatever you want to call it. I don't know the full ramifications of that. I just know he's gone and bought took it back over, and he's been driving force in this company ever since. I also know that stuff that I read in the paper and heard today is above and beyond exaggerated. Everybody at Yellow Cab does their job efficiently as possible. Yes, there are occasions where you're an hour late, and there's no amount of cabs you can throw in the streets at bar rush that's going to make my job easier. That's what I've done for 5 years. They stuck me right in the graveyard position. I work from 6 in the at night until 6 in the morning. As soon as bar rush is over and done with, I'm out there by myself. I deal with all the derelicts, the drunks, the idiots, the insane people, and the great people that are just trying to get home safely. I've dealt with just about anything you could possibly dream up. All the stories you hear are true. And if you're going to get into this, you better know that. They're true. There's scary stuff going on out there, and there's great stuff, and there's wonderful stories to tell. And as far as you know, there is no rule of thumb of how many cabs you can put on the streets, because there are times during the night where we're not doing nothing. I heard a bunch of whining that we only got 3 cabs out there. Well, you know what? I bet you during the 4 hours of my shift, us 3 cab drivers are sitting around talking to each other. Now you want to throw a couple more cabs in that from another company? Great. I'll guarantee you that company's going to get flooded with calls. You're going to be new, you're going to be used, and we're going to lose out, definitely. There's not a doubt in my brain, and I can't even make a living right now that I speak. Thank God I'm a single white guy that doesn't have any family, because if I had a family, I'd be finding another job. I wrote some stuff down here that I heard tonight, like the abuse of people that were waiting, the women that were battered women, you know. Okay, they were waiting. Well, they had to wait a half hour. I'm sorry, if you're in an abusive relationship, you got to get out of there another way. To call a cab company is just totally irresponsible in a situation like that. I would never even think about it. Now, I've traveled all over the country, because driving cabs is not what I've done all my life. Mainly, I was a rock and roll drummer in bands, and I've traveled all over the country. I've been to every major big city, and 90% of my travel, when I got the tour bus, was climbing into a cab. So, no, this is not New York City. You do not step on the street corner and wave your hand at me. When I got somebody in my cab, I'm cruising down, town. It doesn't happen. If I'm sitting on the corner and you come up to me and I'm not busy, yeah, jump in. We're out of here. But you can't play it. It's not New York City. Are rates too high, too low, I don't know. Minneapolis, I can go 7 miles and it cost me $6, where I can go over here to Seattle, Washington, and it cost me $32. You can drop 24 miles down south to Tacoma, Washington, it'll cost you $14. I don't know if anybody's been in Vegas, but you can't even go 5 blocks without costing you a $20 bill. And so, I don't know what the rates are. The rates are established. They were established before I got here. People are concerned about the zones. Now, I'm not totally convinced that our zone system is fair. I've made that point since I've been in this company. Square one. 2 years ago, I took it upon myself to start a new zone map and check this out and expand the zone. This is like one of my prototypes of it. I went to our computer guy who does all the computer work and sets up the computers and everything, and we hashed this out for about a year and a half. Me and him have been working on it. And we came to a real fair, still comparable. Bob might lose a little money in the bottom, but the top line that I'm trying to sell on him was that we'll get more people because there'll be more fair zones. The thing is that the moment I approached the guy, he got a petition, and all of a sudden all his energy and time spent into this petition that we're all here at right now. And all this could have been done a while ago. Do we need more cabs on the road? Yeah. And you know what? We got more cabs. I see 2 shiny brand new cabs in the house right now that just got detailed, stickered, ready to rock and roll. I know I ain't gonna get one because I'm the night driver, but that's beside the point, that's personal. But I know we got 3 other white cabs in the back that are gonna go into detail, gonna be stripped down, cleaned up, painted yellow, and they're gonna be stuck on the road. So there's 5 right there that I see right now in our yard. If you're also looking at our yard, you're gonna be looking at 7 cabs that are standing there banged up, beat up, and not worthy of anything except for parts. Well, you better be ready for that if you're going to start a cab company. Because you're going to be driving down the road, and you're going to be in the right, and somebody's going to blow a stop sign and T-bone your ass, and you're going to be done. That car's going to be done. So, now, you want to go spend $23,000 on a car? Nah, I'm going to go to the auction where the policemen sell their stuff for like $5,000, $6,000, or a couple $1,000, and I'm going to detail it out and put it on the road like we do. Everybody's talking about this hybrid. Yeah, energy efficiency. That sounds good to me. Sounds good to everybody. Everybody wants to save the planet. Everybody wants to be great. But the bottom line is, the first car I drove was the yellow cab. We retired at 419,000 miles. That car was retired at that. That doesn't mean it was total, it wasn't blown up, it wasn't nothing. It was 419,000 miles. It was retired because other things were going wrong with it. With the frame, with this and that. It was unsafe, it was taken off the road. The next car I stuck into was 66. I had 112,000 miles in it when I was stuck into it. I retired that cab at 378,000 miles. I have no idea about these hybrids, but that's about the mileage you're going to have to get out of these things. And I've only been in this company for 5 years. And the cab I'm in right now, I think I started out at 167,000 miles were on it, and I got it at 230 right now. So there's a lot of miles that go on these cabs. And I don't know what insurance company you've gone with, but I'll guarantee you the first time that some idiot bangs into you, your rates are going to go up. The second thing an insurance company ever asks you is how many tickets you got. Number 2 thing is how many miles are you going to put on your car. That's everybody, I don't care who you are. That's the second question they ask. You put on miles. These cars are running 24/7, constantly. And you are dealing with the public constantly. And you're going to be dealing with people that are just complete, arrogant, self-centered, righteous. I am renting you and you are my chauffeur for now, and I got to look at this person and I'm tell him, I'm sorry. I need to know where you're going. I need to drop you off because I got a list of people right here I got to get to. People say we take so long at bar rush. Well, you bounce from one bar to another, to another, to another, to another. To have some person call you at the Stockman's and walk over to Top Hat. You pull up the Stockman's and you yell for taxi. Taxi. You go through that place, taxi. You go to the bartender, it's taxi. Anybody call? You check the bathrooms. You check around. You get up. You waste 5-6 minutes on that call right there. That guy seen a friend across the street, went over and talked to his friend at the Top Hat. Next thing you know, you're out of there. They call it a no good. We go to the next call. We go to the next call. We go to the next call. That's the way the list runs. You call a cab, you call a company, you will. You put on that list, and we will get to you immediately, as soon as we can. If you're that fourth one down, we might pick this guy up here and this guy here because we're right next to him. It's a shuffle. It's a shuffling madness that that the public doesn't seem to realize. It's the inner works of the cab company that everybody's complaining about. And the thing is that the complaints I hear are so small. I am the best cab driver out there right now in the nighttime. And I say that because I'm self-centered and egotistical myself, but I'm sure we'd have people argue about it who are also nighttime drivers. But the point I'm trying to make is, we do our job efficiently. You don't hear about the times that the guy stands at the bar and goes, I just called. I just ordered a beer. They told me 20 minutes and you're here. Why is that? They told me 20 minutes on the phone. Well, that dispatcher can't make up his mind on how long it's going to take us. You know why? Because I pick up over here at Joker's Wild, and they told the dispatchers they're going to go over here to Cooley at Hollywood Trailer Park. And I pick them up and they go, we decided to go party at a friend's house. We want to go to Grandview, which is up on top of the mountain. Okay, now this dispatcher's going, I had you plan to go here, so you can pick up here, so you can pick up here. But now you're way the heck over here, and I got nobody over there for you to pick up. But still, I gotta drive clear across town for this guy and make him happy. He's a customer, and the customer's always an idiot. I can say right, but I'm sorry. When you're at midnight and 2 o'clock in the morning, yeah, you pull your hair out and you just smile a lot. And you make him your best friend for a while, you know, because you only need to make him your best friend for 10 minutes and you get to the next one. And there are times where you were an hour and a half. You don't hear about me driving down the road and all of a sudden, bam, my fan belt goes out. Doof. And over here, some other driver just got ass-ended, and now he's wrapped up in 911. Why, meanwhile, this other driver over here is in some domestic dispute thing because the guy got pissed off at his wife and beat the heck out of her in the back of his cab. So you gotta stop, call 911, have them come show up, and then people are wondering, why are you late? Well, yeah, we are late sometimes, and I'm sorry we're late. But I'll tell you one thing, I'll guarantee 80% of the time, if not 90, we are on time, we are there, and we will do the best job we can do. Now during the days, I don't know, they don't let me out during the days. In fact, I'm kind of scared to see those light right now, but the stuff that I don't know, Steven's a great guy over here. He worked for us for 10 months. I always seem to enjoy the guy's company. Steve, I'm sorry you drove the people nuts, man. You said you talked to 2,500 people? Well, I'll tell you what, of those 2,500 people, I bet you 2,000 of them got in my cab later on and said, who the heck is that new guy with the ponytail? He doesn't shut up. He just complains about you guys constantly. I'll pay him the fare and I'll have one foot out the door going, They thought they agreed with you just by being agreeable. Not that they're agreeing with you because they thought you were right. And I don't know how to say that any nicer than that because I'm pretty abrasive. We don't have spare tires in the back. No, we don't. We go to the airport. We pick up 3 people, they bring 4 pieces of luggage. Yeah, you can fill up a trunk real quick. I mean, we got the biggest trunk. We got like 5 body trunks in there, and they're huge, and we can pack them. And then we still got bungee cord trunks now. And no, there's no room for a spare tire. I'll guarantee you, when a cab breaks down, it does become top priority of the dispatchers. Sorry guys, you're going away because I got a cab down and we got to get back on the road. And they will bring me a tire immediately. The horn doesn't work. Well, that's not top priority on the fix-it list. You know, yes, vehicles should have a horn. That's so in the book. But to keep the wheels rolling and get their customers happy, to pick them up as quickly as possible, no, that is not top of the priority list. But the cabs are kept up. I've never seen any vehicles that are kept up as well as these cabs. 3,000 miles, they're in for servicing. You don't get 400,000 miles out of an engine without servicing them constantly, keeping them up constantly. Tires, every year, brand new studded snow tires. I don't know how you can do that with a full fleet, but Bob pulls it off. He says that he hasn't made a profit for a while. I believe him. I believe him with the money that I see going out of that building. You know? Now, do I believe we need another cab company in town? I not want to say yes or no. I know it will affect us heavily. I know I would run one. If y'all are going to put a cab company in town, put a cab company out there that's going to be a cab company. We don't need somebody going to step up and take a license that's going to put out 2 cabs. You know? It's not all we need, 1 or 2 cabs out there for a while. Fine. How about you give them a license and you can run it from 11 o'clock until 2 in the morning or 2:30 or 3? That's when we need you. Rush hour traffic, I don't know. We all know what Missoula's like to drive in during rush hour. We were a 35,000 person community for a while, but now we're what? We're pushing 100,000. Our streets haven't accommodated it. And I don't know what happened to City Hall, but they seem to think that taking Main Street down Missoula and bottlenecking into 2 lanes because some drunk got hit, well, let's accommodate the drunks again, you know, it's just madness. But, okay, I'll deal with it, and, no, I will be looking for another job if another cab company comes to this town. And, we can suffice with the public. All your criteria you got on that list can be met by Yellow Cab. Of that, I have no doubt, because I know for a fact what's being done there. I've seen it, I've witnessed it. And trust me, I've beat my head into the wall a million times. I went to dispatch, and I mean, we've had yelling matches, and Bob here has been a great guy. He's been trying his best, but he had to really do a lot of, I don't know what's the proper phrase for it without me swearing. I don't know, Steve, you were not fired for insubordination. I heard that at a testimony. I was like, what, insubordination? How in the hell? I mean, I've told Bob to shut the F off and pay attention to me in a yelling match, and he didn't fire me for any of that. You can't get much more insubordinate than that for you, boss, you know what I mean? But he's paid attention, he's listened, and we could have stuck all these plans that I've had and dispatch had, we had it all planned out. But you know, now it's just on a waiting list on you guys from the PSC. Oh yeah, it's going to be a new company, and we're up and coming. But there was a lot of things that had to be fixed, and it didn't happen overnight. And the public doesn't understand that. We are there within 20 minutes. And dispatch is 20 minutes. I don't know how many times I'm there within 10. We don't hear about that. Those people aren't here. The only one I know is this guy over here. And I know that showed up. Don't know his name, but I know he used to live on Vista, right? And now you live downtown. I don't even know my customer's name. I know exactly where you live, though. I can tell you your address, and I call him Vista. Where's that, West Vista? Yeah, I got it. Okay, West Vista. We're on our way, you know? And, no. We are doing a heck of a job, and it is going to get better. And we do got the fleet coming up. You want to give these guys a license and have them have a go at it? Fine. To me, I'm not yes or no on that one. To me, it's free enterprise. Go ahead. It will affect our business? Well, yeah. What's going to affect them worse is going to be who goes bankrupt first is what it's going to be. It's going to be a juggling match. And because you guys are going to get overwhelmed. People are going to want to use you. New cab company. Yeah, yellow cab. Ooh, they treat me like that. Ooh, we call you. You ain't going to be able to make it with two cabs. I'd reevaluate your whole system there just as a personal advice, and you're going to be overwhelmed. You have no idea what you deal with when you're out there. I didn't have no idea. And that's basically my whole point here, is do what you guys got to do, but I like my job. I got a personal vendetta in this job. That's why I do the graveyard. That's why my wife was killed 15 years ago by a drunk driver. So me keeping the drunks off the street, yeah, that's my whole goal. That's why I did this job for 5 years. I didn't want to be a cab driver. When I started driving cab, I was going to do this for 3 months until something better came along. This is the best thing I've done since I started working. But we are a good company, and it's going to get better. You people out there whining and sniveling because we took an hour, stop and think about what I'm dealing with. I went to 5 no-goods in a row for people that just wandered off, and then they wandered back, and they called us up, "Where were you? I've been waiting an hour." Well, we were right over here, and this is the last thing I'm going to say. I'm going to get out of you guys' face, because I can ramble on forever, because I'm really... But the article in the Independent, that was me. That whole first part of the article, that was me driving that. That was me that took those people to September. When I read that, I knew exactly what it was. That was me, and that guy was drunk. And he was pissed because the cops arrested him or gave him a ticket or something, or an open container. I picked up another couple, and that couple got out of the cab and walked away. You guys read the article. Well, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do in that situation? We got 75 calls on the board, 5 cabs, 6 cabs, whatever. It's a busy, busy night. Bam, we're out there, we're doing it. And we're doing it as fast as we can. But what are you supposed to do when you bounce around and all of a sudden this guy, well, I guarantee you, a cab showed up that ride that they whined about for an hour and a half. They were there at Finnegan's. A cab showed up, walked in, announced himself. They did not respond. They went back to the cab, said no good. They took off. 45 minutes later, we get another call from him. I go there. And I was there. We got everything on the board at the computer. When a call comes in, types it in, bam, time. The time's on there. When he calls me up, 5, get this call. Bam, stamped again. When I drop 5, I drop 2 for blah, blah, blah amount. Bam, stamped. We got the time on everything. That call was only 14 minutes long from the time I got it till the time I dropped. And that's a good time in the middle of bar rush at 3 o'clock in the morning. And thank you very much. Drive your yellow cab. I'm going home, going to bed.
I have a few more public comments that I'd like to make, if that's permissible.
You have already testified as witness.
That's true.
and,
Is it not permissible then for me to do further public comment?
No, you are identified as a sworn-in witness, and you've already had your chance for testimony, so we're going to go on with the testimony of the other witnesses.
Commissioner, if I may, I've got 15 letters of public comment, Exhibit 213, 1 through 15, that I'd like to submit, and rather than reading each letter in for the sake of time, I'd like to just submit them as exhibits.
Mr. Schaefer, have you had the opportunity to look at these?
I have had the opportunity to look at them. I'm going to object that they're not admissible evidence, they're hearsay. I guess, I'm not going to object to their admission, I would just like the commission to understand that the weight of this evidence, it's not sworn under oath, and it's all hearsay. I think that should be considered, but I'm going to permit him to admit it.
Yes, I'm going to allow them to be admitted as evidence, and we will note on the evidence that it has been objected to by the petitioners. We would continue with your...
Thank you. I'd like to call Steve Zeiler for 2 quick questions.
I understand that there are no objections to this.
There's no objection.
Does he need to be resworn? I'm not sure if he does.
You're under oath still, so.
Steve, did I speak to you during the lunch hour at all today?
No.
Okay. And I've got one question for you. And I'm just going to set some foundation, but you had said that I had worked with you on your testimony today. Did I work with you on your personal statement?
No, that was my effort and with my wife.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
I have no questions.
Thank you. Witness is excused.
Thank you.
Mr. Schaefer?
Call Aaron Nuzzo.
Raise your right hand. Swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I
Would you state your name and for the record and spell out your last name?
do. My name is Erin Nuzzo, and it's Nicholas, U-Z-Z-O.
Aaron, how often do you use taxi service in Missoula?
Infrequently.
Infrequently? Okay. Do you have a personal desire and demand for fuel-efficient hybrid taxi service?
Yes, I do.
And why do you care about fuel efficiency of your taxi service?
I care about it because of the pollution. Missoula has always had a horrible air pollution problem. I was born and raised in Missoula, so I know growing up here it's always been pretty bad. I know that they've made efforts to make it better by adding ethanol to the fuel and whatnot. But the traffic, just with the traffic increases, it's obvious that, it can only do so much. And so.
Yeah, we're not sure what green taxis rates will be, but this is more of just a general question. Would you be willing to pay more for that kind of service?
Yes, I would.
Okay. Do you think you'd be more inclined to use a taxi service if you knew it was fuel efficient?
Yes, I would.
Are you aware of any service in town that guarantees fuel efficient taxi service?
My Volkswagen Jetta.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Wilbar, do you have any cross-examination?
Yes. You've only used Yellow Cab twice?
Twice, yes.
And the last time was over 4 years ago?
Yes.
And you've never made a complaint to Yellow Cab?
I complained to the caddy.
Okay. But was the cab timely?
In neither time, no.
And would you support Yellow Cab using hybrid vehicles?
Yes, I would.
And if Yellow Cab was using hybrids, would you be likely to use Yellow Cab?
If there was no other alternative, yes.
No further questions.
Staff? No questions, thank you.
I have no questions either. Thank you very much.
Call Paul Jackman.
Raise your right hand. Swear the testimony you're about to give us the truth, nothing but the truth?
Yep. Yes.
You would state your name and spell your last name?
My name is Paul Jackman, Jackman.
Mr. Jackman, do you use taxi service in Missoula?
Sometimes.
Okay. How often do you think you use it?
A couple times a year.
Okay.
Not regularly.
Do you have a personal desire and demand for fuel-efficient transportation services?
Yes.
Would you be more inclined to use a taxi service if you knew that it was going to be fuel efficient
Yes.
and operated with a hybrid engine?
Yes.
Why are you concerned about fuel efficiency?
For obvious reasons, for air quality. To reduce our dependency on oil.
Okay.
Foreign oil.
I can't remember if I asked you, I don't think I did, but would you be willing to pay more for that service? Not that we're going to charge more, or the green taxi would charge more, but would you be willing to pay more?
Yes.
Are you aware of a taxi company in town that guarantees fuel-efficient hybrid taxi service?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Jackman, you hardly ever use Yellow Cab, is that correct?
Yeah, a couple times.
And you'd merely prefer a hybrid over a regular taxi?
Yes.
No questions.
No questions?
Can I ask one redirect?
Sure.
Thank you.
Mr. Schaefer.
You just responded that you would prefer fuel-efficient taxi service. Was that your words, or was that Mr. Wilmore's words, the word prefer?
I believe that was what he said.
Okay, thank you.
If I may recross, would you prefer a hybrid? Do you agree with the word prefer? I guess.
Sure.
Nothing further.
Thank you very much. Mr. Schaefer, are you getting off schedule?
I think a witness just arrived. Let me take a look.
Oh, okay, we will wait patiently.
Thanks for your patience. I think they're here.
We are a little concerned that this may go much quicker than you had anticipated. Do you have some way of getting hold of your witness list and bumping up the schedule? Mr. Schaefer?
I need to talk to my client and see. Yeah.
Are we off the record? Are we off the record?
Oh.
Temporarily? Are we off the record temporarily?
My next shipper witness has a medical condition, and I believe that's the reason for the delay right now.
Try to give these to David.
Which ones are those? I've got, this is the series of 15 letters in one exhibit.
Some of our witnesses are relying on transportation because they don't drive generally. So we're trying to arrange for that transportation to pick them up sooner and get them here. But
Mr. Gray just informed me that an individual here would like to give public comment. If we have additional time right now, we could have him give his public comment and wait for Mr.
Do that
Schaefer.
first. Do you have one of your witnesses?
we do have one witness here.
Yeah, we'll do this first and then take public comment.
Sorry, wasn't paying attention.
The witness will come forward.
Thank you. Deborah Verninga.
Deborah, this is a legal proceeding confirming the swear you in. Okay, formality. You swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Deborah Brunninga, Brunninga.
Okay. Deborah, what is your current occupation?
I am disabled at this point. I'm unemployed.
Okay. What's your disability?
I have a nerve virus and rheumatoid arthritis.
Okay.
I was previously a teacher.
Okay. And do you rely on cab service for transportation?
Yes, I do.
How often?
I would say typically once a month, once every 6 weeks at least.
Okay. Do you rely on Yellow Cab then for transportation?
Yes.
And have you had problems getting to your appointments on time when you're using Yellow Cab?
Yes, I have on occasions, which brought me to think that even if I would call an hour or an hour and a half ahead of time to sort of make a previous notification that I needed to be somewhere at a certain time, that might help the issue, which had absolutely no effect on the time frame at all.
Are you saying it didn't matter how far in advance you called?
No, sir, it did not.
How far in advance would you usually call?
I got to the point, it was at least an hour that I would call ahead.
And what does the dispatcher tell you when you make those calls?
Over the past 2 years that I have used Yellow Cab service, at times the typical answer would be it will be 15 or 20 minutes. Then it was to the point that I recognized it's not going to be 15 or 20 minutes, which I didn't say, but I thought this to myself. So then in turn I would ask the dispatch, that's all, 15, 20, or is it going to be more like 30? Well, it could be more than that. So eventually the dispatch came to not give me a time frame on how long it would be.
Okay. Has that response time affected any medical treatment for you?
Yes, it has.
How so?
In June of 2005, I woke up one Friday morning with both arms totally paralyzed. From 24th of June, for the next 2 weeks, both arms were totally paralyzed, and I began rehabilitation, physical rehabilitation with community. I would be picked up from my home by Yellow Cab. Evidently, there was a contract between community and the Yellow Cab service for people who were going through occupational or physical rehabilitation. They would pick me up, drop me off at community, pick me up at community, and bring me home. My appointment times, I would be late for my appointment times on pretty much a regular basis, and I was going to therapy twice a week. There were at least 4 to 6 times in a month when there would be 15 to 20 minutes of physical therapy that I did not receive due to the fact that the cab was late in picking me up. In one particular instance, the cab didn't get me to the appointment time at all, and I had no physical therapy at all that day.
Now, tell me if I'm wrong, but I heard you testify a minute ago that you use the cab service once every 6 weeks or so.
At this point, yes.
Okay, so this physical therapy was going on prior to that, and that's when you were
Yes.
using it 2 to 3 times a week.
That's when I first became familiar with Yellow Cab.
Okay. Do you have confidence that if you need to get someplace that you can call Yellow Cab and get there on time?
No.
I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Wilmot?
Yes. No, I don't want to butcher your last name, so could you repeat it for me again?
Brunninga.
Brunninga, Miss Brunninga. My office tried to contact you, do you remember that?
Yes.
And you didn't want to speak to my office?
Correct.
Any particular reason?
I was busy and said that anything that your office wanted to talk with me about could be discussed today.
Okay. And have you ever complained to Yellow Cab?
I have complained to drivers, and eventually I understand some of the drivers had circulated into the dispatch department, which contacting the dispatch that things weren't running smoothly and time frames were not being kept up with.
Did you ever complain to management?
I thought I was complaining to management,
When you were complaining to the driver?
to the dispatcher.
Okay. Now, you said that you use a Yellow Cab about once every 4 to 6 weeks now.
Sometimes more often.
Okay. And on occasion, they're late?
Most often they are late.
Other times they're on time?
I wouldn't say they were on time. Maybe twice in a year, in the past year, I'd say twice, that the cab has actually been there within a time frame that the dispatch has said they would be.
And would that time frame be the 20 to 30 minutes or 15 to 30 minutes?
Would be within 15 to 25 minutes.
Have you ever used Medicab?
No. I have contacted them, I have talked with them about using their service. They were more expensive.
And so that's based on the price, you didn't use Medicab?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Staff? I have no questions, thank you. I have no questions either. Thank you for your testimony.
We'll once again open up the public comment. If there's anyone in the room who's not otherwise a party to the case that would like to make public comment relevant to the case. Thank you. State your name, please.
Kurt Shirley,
And your last name is spelled?
Shirling. And I just wrote a little letter, so I'll just read that. And that is, hello, my name is Kurt Shirling, and I have been employed by Yellow Cab for the last 9 months. I am here today to talk about 2 issues with the board. The first is the safety of the vehicles of Yellow Cab, and the second is the impact the other cab company would have on my job. I am a professional driver, and I have been for the last 9 years. My experience includes driving trolleys, buses, and stretch limousines to big rigs across America. As a driver, it is my responsibility to know the condition of the vehicle that I am driving and if it is road safe. If I take a vehicle out on the road It is because I pre-inspected it for any mechanical problems, and I determined that it was safe for me, my cargo, and everyone else out on the road. The only comment I can make about Yellow Cab is that the few times that I determined that a vehicle was unsafe to drive, I was handed the keys to another vehicle after I explained the problem that needed fixing, and that vehicle stayed off the road until the problem was fixed. And as a professional driver, you can't ask for a better employer-employee relationship. The Public Service Commission does not govern the taxi transportation only because of the 5 hours during the bar rush on Friday and Saturday nights. You also govern the industry because of my job, the daytime driver. I will wait for long periods of time between calls where the only wait time the customer has is the time that it takes for me to get to downtown to where the customer is. My commission sales rate has been supplemented by Yellow Cab to make it so that I make the minimum wage. After many shifts this past winter, the business was so slow that I would have made more money if I had worked at Labor Ready as a temporary employee for the day. And running 3 cabs all day long in Missoula can only be a losing business for Yellow Cab on many days. But there is a group of people that would lose service if you allowed another cab company in this town, and they are my repeat customers. Some of them I lovingly call my little blue-haired old ladies. Most of them live on fixed incomes and are in need of door-to-door service for one reason or another. Yellow Cab has traveled out east of Bonner almost every day for over 3 years to pick up Emma, a woman who visits her husband in a nursing home every day. Business-wise, we should not pick her up. Time loss and equipment use do not add up to the fare. Or there is Betty, who we pick up every Monday for bridge at the senior center. She has some sort of dementia and only has a small grasp of reality. She has fallen through the cracks so far in our society that it worries me. But I can't fix all of her problems. But I can pick her up on Monday and take her to Bridge Group while we talk about those old dance halls in Seattle. And also, when the occasion calls, go out on Sunday and explain to her that we need to wait until tomorrow for Bridge Group. Or there is Anne Marie. She receives her change back in bits. And I do want to tell you about all of these people. Their stories are beautiful. These ladies and the other seniors that I haul throughout the month are served best with the accountability that Yellow Cab has to offer. Because the filter or safety net, limited as it is, would be erased for these people when profitability becomes the driving force behind the scenes that another cab company would impose on us all. And just the only thing I can also add to all of this is from 7 a.m. until 1 p.m. when I went off a shift to come here, I carried 3 people. There was 1 round trip and 2 other people. I carried a total of 5, but I had 3 trips in 6 hours. And if you put another cab company on there, we're not even going to be having that. So I also would probably quit my job if another cab company came into this town. So I have no further comments.
Okay, thank you very much.
Looks like I have another witness. We're running pretty far ahead of schedule, so I'm going to call to testify. Okay, right. Call David Merrill. Should I go in? Oh, yeah.
Your last name is O'Malley?
Merrill. M-E-R-R-I-L-L.
He's here early.
Would you raise your right hand? This is legal proceedings, so
Sure.
it requires swear. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give us the truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You have stated your name, so I think we're ready to go.
David, how often do you use cab service in Missoula?
I've lived in Missoula since 2000. In that time, I've probably taken 4 or 5 taxi rides from the airport.
Okay. Do you have a personal need and desire for fuel-efficient transportation?
Well, all my purchases I consider environmental impact, and I would love to have the opportunity to choose a taxi service that has an emphasis on environmental responsibility in general and fuel efficiency specifically.
Okay. Why do you care about fuel efficiency?
Well, it's I mean, there's a lot of reasons. One is the less fuel you burn, the less carbon dioxide goes into the atmosphere. Global warming is a very serious issue in Montana and around the world. Other pollutants, the more fuel you burn, the more goes into the air. We have a significant air quality challenge here in Missoula. And also, it's just part of my life. I think that it's very important in this day and age that we all be aware of the choices that we make and their impact on the environment.
Would you be willing to pay more if a fuel-efficient taxi service was available for you to use than you would for conventional taxi service?
Yes, I would. Depends on how much more, of course, but to give an example, I, for many years, have purchased organic food and paid a premium for that. And if I had a choice to call a taxi service that definitely had commitment to fuel-efficient vehicles, and the price was a little bit more, I would make that choice.
Do you think you'd be any more inclined to use that service than you would a conventional service?
Definitely.
Are you aware of a taxi service in Missoula that currently can guarantee you hybrid fuel-efficient taxi service?
No.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Good afternoon, Mr. Merrill.
Good afternoon.
You have no complaints about Yellow Cab?
I have no complaints.
And in your experience, has Yellow Cab been on time?
I don't remember having any time issues with Yellow Cab.
Okay. And were your general impressions that Yellow Cab did a good job?
Yes.
And if I can sum up your testimony, tell me if it's an inaccurate summary, you think it'd be a good option for folks to have a hybrid taxi?
I do.
And you'd support Yellow Cab getting hybrids?
Sure.
And if Yellow Cab had more hybrids, you'd use Yellow Cab's hybrids?
Well, that's an interesting question, because if you have a company that starts off with a environmental philosophy that's committed to environmental sensitivity, that's a company that I would be more inclined to patronize.
So even if Yellow Cab had hybrids, you wouldn't use them?
Well, the thing is that if you have a taxi service that uses just hybrid taxis, compared to one that might send a hybrid taxi, then I would use the one that uses hybrid taxis solely, and also because of their environmental commitment from the start.
So you'd prefer the environmentally committed company?
Yes.
No further questions.
No questions, thank you. I have no questions as well. Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Merrill. If you have a number of more witnesses,
I know that two are en route, Mr. O'Malley and Ms. Mormon. I know that Mr. Giordano is going to be here for his 2:30 testimony. I know Mr. Thomas is going to be here. This might be a good time to take a break.
Yeah, that is exactly what I was thinking too, Mr. Schaefer. I think what we'll do is take a 15-minute break until 20 minutes after the hour. We will reconvene at that point, so we are off the record.
I've just been told that Darius Purvis is not going to be here.
He's on chemotherapy and he's not able to get in the vehicle to come.
Okay. Well, I think everybody's in the room. Okay. We will be back on the record. The time is 2:18 p.m. and we will continue with the petitioner, Mr. Schaefer.
Call it Daniel O'Malley.
Yeah, come to the table here. Yes, sir. And we are in a legal proceeding, so I'll swear you in.
Yes, sir.
You promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
If you would state your name and spell your last name.
Daniel R. O'Malley, R for Robert, O apostrophe M-A-L-L-E-Y.
Please proceed.
Thank you.
Daniel, what's your current occupation?
I am currently disabled from 2 brain aneurysm surgeries, and I have one right now.
Are you able to drive?
No, my wife does driving, and if she's not home like now because she was called to Billings on an emergency, her father at 80 years old was in a terrible automobile accident, and he's really iffy right now, and so she had to go up there, but she's usually with me at all times, yes.
Do you rely on Yellow Cab for transportation?
Yes, I do. I used to.
How often?
Oh, geez, I was calling her by the average of every other day.
When did you start calling them? What year?
This time I started at the beginning of this year when it started getting real worse and we didn't have a vehicle, and I had to go to my doctor's and my hospital appointments to get CTs and other things done to my brain.
When was the first time you used Yellow Cab service? Can you remember?
When I first moved here to Missoula, back in 95, 96, when me and my wife first moved here, we didn't have a vehicle and we were on the streets.
Did you have have you had problems in the past with Yellow Cab picking you up on time?
Ever since I've been calling him. Before, Missoula had a different cab company when we moved here, and I used to call that cab company rather than Yellow because Yellow was taking me too long to get there and they would be canceling my appointments. And then to come and get me, I ended up staying at the doctor's an hour, maybe sometimes an hour and a half. Excuse me. Yes, sir.
Do you currently rely on Yellow Cab for taxi service?
Since then, my mother-in-law gave us enough money that we put a down payment on a car, which I cannot drive because I'm not a licensed driver. And if something was to happen, I would have to rely on a cab company to get me to the hospital so I wouldn't have to pay so much money and the state wouldn't have to pay so much money for an ambulance.
Have you called Yellow Cab recently to get you to a doctor's appointment?
About 4 months ago, I stopped calling Deb because that's when we purchased our vehicle when my in-laws came down.
Okay. And before you stopped calling them, when you were calling them, could you rely on them to get you where you needed to go on time?
No. They just did not have the manpower enough for working. And I got quite a few different drivers that stated the same thing to me. Yellow Cab refused to put any more drivers out there. And so what could I do? I can't argue with something that they ain't got.
Do you know approximately how many times they have not been there to pick you up?
4 or 5 at least, at the very least. And lucky for me, people that I know, where I go to the doctor at, frequently shop around that area, and I have called them on their cell phones and they have come and got me.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Good afternoon, Mr. O'Malley. My name's Mr. Wilmore.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall the name of the other cab company you referred to?
Back when I first moved here,
Yes.
it was either Diamond or it was Checker. But I drove for them in Billings when I lived there before I had my brain aneurysm surgery in 93, excuse me, was the first one.
So, and are you saying that that cab company was here in Missoula or in Billings?
Missoula.
Have you ever used Medicab?
Very much so.
And have you found Medicab to be reliable?
Not really. Like I was stating, at times I had to call Medicab. They were very good for getting me to my appointments on time, but picking me up to get home, no way. And they would not stop and let me get my medication filled that I needed right then.
I have no further questions.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. O'Malley, if I could
Yes,
ask you a
sir.
question. Are you aware of the consumer complaint line at the Public Service Commission?
No, I'm not.
So when you're having trouble with the yellow cab that you described, it never
Yes.
occurred to you to call the consumer complaint line
I
of the
was
Public Service Commission?
trying to get a hold of the Better Business Bureau at a couple of occasions, a couple of times, and I couldn't even get a hold of them.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony.
You're welcome.
Call your next witness.
Christine Mormon?
There we go.
Ms. Morgan, do you promise that you swear that the testimony you're about to give is truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. State your name, if you will.
Christine Norman, Christine, C-H-R-I-S-T-I-N-E, Norman, N-O-R-M-A-N.
Please sit.
Christine, do you rely on Yellow Cab for transportation?
That and the bus service.
Okay. How often do you use Yellow Cab?
I would say probably 2 to 3 times a week.
Have you had problems with wait times with Yellow Cab?
On busier nights, such as weekend nights, I do.
Okay.
And, I mean, I can understand that to an extent, but to me, if you're busy, that's not my problem. I still have somewhere to go, and there should be more cabs.
Okay. Is your experience with wait times limited to the nighttime on weekends?
For the most part, yes, or the early morning hours, like when the bars are closing.
Okay. I have no other questions for this witness. Thank you.
Mr. Wilmore?
Hi, Ms. Moore, I believe we spoke on the telephone a few weeks ago. Now, you indicated to me that the overall wait times aren't that bad.
During the days, they're not that bad, but on the weekend nights, sometimes I've had to wait for up to an hour for a cab, and sometimes that's because I'll be getting off work, and I don't want to sit around my work after I've been off work for an hour.
Yeah.
So
you'd like to see more cabs on Fridays and Saturday nights?
I would like to see more cabs.
Are you aware that Yellow Cab has recently increased their cabs on Friday and Saturday
I
nights?
did read that in the Independent.
So would you agree that they're willing to meet that need on Friday and Saturday nights by putting up more cabs?
I don't think 5 cabs is enough. Honestly, when you have a group of 90,000 people that live in this area, in the county alone, I don't think that's near enough. I'm more or less, I'm able to walk if I have to. I don't feel like I should have to, but I'm able to walk. But what about people that are unable to walk? People that are disabled, people that are on a fixed income and can't, buy a car or whatever. That's more or less what I'm concerned about.
How many cabs do you think there needs to be?
You know, I've had to share cabs before, and I think at least twice that much. At least 10.
I have no further questions.
No questions, thanks.
I have
questions either.
Oh, Commissioner Hood, can I redirect?
Redirect.
Thank you. You just stated you've had to share cabs before with people. Is that something you could expect when you call a cab? Do you expect to share that with somebody else?
No.
Thank you. Is that, well, let me ask you one more question. Is that, how do you feel about sharing cabs with other people?
I don't like it because I don't know the people that are in the car. I mean, how do I know they're not gonna go do something to harm me? How do I know, they're not gonna try to steal something from me? I mean, it's hard enough getting into a car with a person you don't know as being the cab driver, is who I'm referring to. But when you get in the car with other people, like I've had to share a cab to the point where there was 3 people in the back and me in the front. I think that's ridiculous.
Okay. Thank you.
If I may, just really quick, have you ever requested not to share rides?
I have.
And have you complained to Yellow Cab about that?
No.
No further questions.
Thank you very much.
I'm not, is Eric Thomas here? Eric? I'm gonna call Eric Thomas.
Mr. Thomas, do you swear the testimony about you is true, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. State your name, please.
My name is Eric Thomas, E-R-I-C-T-H-O-M-A-S.
Just proceed.
Eric, what's your occupation?
I'm a logger.
Okay. Do you use cab service in and around Missoula?
I used it for medical appointments for my physical therapy. I got hurt last winter and I couldn't drive with the medication and the injury.
Okay. Did you rely on Yellow Cab for transportation at that point?
Yes, I did.
How often did you use it?
Well, I used it 3 times a week for my physical therapy appointments. My first 2 appointments I called myself, and then after that the physical therapy department called them and ordered them for me.
Can you explain what happened on the first 2 when you called yourself?
Well, the first day, I didn't want to miss my appointment, so I called them at 9 o'clock in the morning. My appointment was in the afternoon, and I asked if I could arrange to have them pick me up at a certain time, and the gentleman told me that they don't do that, that I needed to call within an hour to have them pick me up. And I did, and they were 10-15 minutes late.
Did you make it to your appointment on time?
No, I was late.
So did you then miss that part of your appointment?
I did. I lost 15 minutes of my first appointment.
Okay. What happened the other times when Community Medical Center was arranging your service for you?
Well, the show-up times were sporadic. They would show up one day, they would show up 10 minutes early, which is, just about perfect to go from Trail Street where I live to the Community Medical Center. And there was other times they'd show up an hour early, and I would have to sit, or they would show up 10-15 minutes late.
Did any of the calls that were arranged through Community Medical Center, did that result in you missing any of your appointments?
I didn't miss any, but I was frequently 5-10 minutes late.
Okay.
When I got there on time, usually I was there a half hour, 45 minutes early.
Okay. Well, do you have confidence that if you need to get someplace, that you can call a Yellow Cab and they'll get you there on time?
No, absolutely not.
Why not?
Well, you have set appointments. If I was to call on a set appointment, like today, if I was going to call to be here at exactly 2:30, my chances of being here would be slim to none.
I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Wilmore.
Mr. Thomas, have you ever complained to Yellow Cab?
Actually, I called them and asked them one time that they were late, and the gentleman that answered the phone, I said, may I speak to a manager? And he said, well, we don't really have one. He says, I can talk to you. And I said, well, I need my cab. I'm late for my appointment. He says, well, it should be there. It should be there.
And did you ever use Medicab for any of your doctor appointments?
Well, whatever they call it when they call the cab for you and have them come get you, yes.
Medicab? Medicab's a distinct company in Missoula, so I'm wondering if you've used Medicab as opposed to Yellow Cab.
No.
I've got no further questions.
Questions? Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Thomas. Next witness.
Called Darius Purvis. Is that here? Purvis gives. I'll call Owen Wilson. Thank you. Owen Russell. Russell Owen.
You swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth and the whole truth, but nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Spell my name. O-W-E-N-S.
All right.
Apologize, Owen.
It's okay.
Can you state your occupation?
I work for a company that does surveys for products and services, research data design.
Do you have experience using Yellow Cab here around Missoula?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And how long's it been since you started using Yellow Cab?
Actually, since last June, about a year. Almost.
Did you have a vehicle?
No, I moved here from Chicago without a vehicle.
Okay. So did you rely on Yellow Cab for transportation?
Definitely, yeah.
How often did you use it?
I would say between 2 to 3 times a week. At first I was using it more because I was going from, I lived in Missoula and worked in Lolo. But now I'm working here, so I'm using it a little bit less.
Okay. You still rely on it?
Somewhat, not really.
When you were relying on it, did you experience long wait times?
Yes.
Were any of these times when you were waiting to get picked up to go to work?
Yes, one time in particular I had called, I was leaving from downtown Missoula and I was going to Lolo, and I usually leave at 6:30, clock in at 7, so I called them about 5:45, 6 o'clock in the morning, and they said they'd be there by 6:30. They got there about 10 minutes to 7, and of course I was 20 minutes late getting to work.
Were there any other times that their response time resulted in you being late to work?
Not at that job. One time at RDD, which is right over here, on a Sunday, because there was no bus service, and I had to rely on the cab to get me here. And I got there maybe, I think they were 10 minutes late getting to me, and then it sold me about 10 minutes late to work. So twice, yeah.
Did you experience long wait times outside of getting to work?
Somewhat. Not the work was the worst. Just for casual purposes, they're usually maybe 10, 15 minutes late. Not a lot, but yeah.
Okay.
I have experienced that.
Okay. Would you have confidence that if you need to get to work, that you can call Yellow Cab and get there on time?
Oh no, definitely not. I have made other arrangements. I have friends or take the bus when I can.
Okay. Thanks. Are there any other questions?
Just move on.
Is your first name Russell or your last name?
My first name is Russell, but actually I go by Owen because everything's Russell here. Streets. On the bus, they get Russell, and I look for it.
Okay.
So I know that's
all
me.
right. I will try and call you Owen.
Owen is, yeah, much better.
Have you made any of your complaints known to Yellow Cab?
You know, I did call one time, the time after the Lolo incident, which was, it was 4 or 5 months ago, and I did call, and someone like the other guy asked to speak to a manager, and the guy was, well, you could just tell me. He didn't tell me that there was a manager or not, and I just complained that they made me late, and he says, okay, we'll try to do better. And it was really good.
So they made you late to work twice in the past year?
Yeah. But when I was at Lolo, I only took the cab maybe a half a dozen times at the most, because it was exorbitant amount of money going. It was $30 going and $30 coming back. So I would actually have to pay $10 to go to work.
I have no further questions.
No questions? I have no questions
Thank you.
either. Thank you.
They did that to me one time.
I'll call Bob Giordano.
So the testimony about the truth, nothing but the truth? Thank you. Would you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
My name's Bob Giordano, Giordano.
And I've got credentials for Mr. Giordano that I can just give you a copy of.
Please.
Do you want to?
I've seen them, I don't.
Do you want, would you like a copy?
Oh, yes, please.
Bob, can you tell me your current occupation?
My occupation, I'm Executive Director of the Missoula Institute for Sustainable Transportation.
Okay. What does the Missoula Institute for Sustainable Transportation do?
We work on issues with research, design, advocacy, collaboration towards helping Missoula become a model for sustainable transportation, especially in the areas of equity, environmental soundness, and safety.
Do you have a background in transportation issues in Missoula?
I've worked full-time on these issues for about the last 12 years. My Master of Science was University of Montana in resource conservation. My thesis was 2 years of studying travel behaviors and patterns in Glacier National Park. And I've worked on several studies locally and several advisory committees working towards better transportation.
Okay. Did you work on the Missoula 2004 Urban Transportation Plan update?
I was involved in that heavily, yes.
Can you describe your role in helping develop that plan?
Well, the city and county and state all put together this 20-year transportation plan. It was a process that lasted about 2 years and probably 30 meetings or so. I attended, I think, every single meeting. Put in many hundreds of hours doing background research, design, data collection, and trying to also get the public to understand the importance of the document and to give their input.
How did you work with the public input?
Our organization missed. We had our own open houses. We also did probably 500 surveys of community members to see what people desired for their future transportation system, and we fed that into the process, gave it to the consultants writing the plan.
So a consultant was hired to write the plan?
Yes.
And you took the public input and gave it to the consultant? Put that in?
Yeah. Our efforts was one of many prongs that came together to make that plan.
Okay. I move to admit Exhibit 105, 2004 Urban Transportation Plan Update for Missoula.
I have no objection.
The labeled exhibit number 105 is entered into the record.
Thank you. I'm going to give Mr. Giordano a copy of the plan. So with how many hours do you think you worked on this plan approximately?
Probably 600 hours.
Okay. You have a pretty good grasp of the plan, understand what's in it? Okay. What's the purpose of the plan?
Well, the purpose is to meet the federal guidelines, local guidelines, and to create a transportation system that reflects the desires of the community. Then there's several bullet points about benchmarks for safety, equity, environmental issues.
Okay. And how did the plan take account of the Missoula public community, the Missoula community?
There were several drafts, and after each draft, the public was invited to comment at open houses via computer, letters, phone calls. And so there must have been probably a total of a dozen drafts, each one reflecting the input given by Missoula people.
Okay. Can we turn to page 11? I'm referencing page 11 of Exhibit 105. And goal number 1, can you just state what that is?
Goal 1 is to develop an interconnected intermodal transportation network that provides reliability, equity, efficiency, choice, safety, and opportunity for all potential users.
Okay. And then following page 12, there's a set of objectives. Are those objectives designed to help meet goal 1?
Yes.
Okay. Do any of those objectives stand out to you as being relevant to the addition of a hybrid taxi service in Missoula?
Several are relevant. The one that jumps out is the reduce the amount of unmet transportation needs by the transportation disadvantaged, which includes the elderly and persons with disabilities, through the provision of increased services and funding.
Okay. On page 13, goal number 3. Can you tell me what goal number 3 says?
Goal 3 states enhance the natural and social environment.
And then do any of the objectives under goal 3, are any of those relevant to the addition of a hybrid fuel-efficient taxi service?
Several. For instance, minimize transportation-related noise impacts.
Why is that relevant?
Hybrid is considerably less noisy than a standard internal combustion engine.
Okay.
Another one would be minimize community and neighborhood disruption.
Why?
Well, part of it is the noise, and also air pollution plays an effect, especially around intersections where there's a lot of idling and pollution and noise is created. So that's where an advantage of a hybrid would be found. And another objective under goal 3 would be to undertake and promote energy conservation and greenhouse gas reduction programs in transportation.
Okay. Also on page 13 is goal number 4. Can you read that, please?
Goal 4 states develop a transportation system that will maintain or improve air quality.
Okay. And do any of the objectives under goal 4, are any of those relevant in your view to hybrid taxi service?
The first objective listed is very relevant. It states, demonstrate that proposed transportation improvements meet air quality standards, improve air quality, and conform to the Montana State Implementation Plan for carbon monoxide, nitrous oxide, and other greenhouse gases, particulate matter 2.5 and particulate matter 10.
I'm sorry, which page were you reading off of there?
13.
Page 13, okay.
And Commissioner, if I may, if Mr. Giordano is just going to be reading parts of this record to move the hearing along, I believe it's been admitted, and Mr. Schaefer can refer to it later in his briefing if there's pertinent information that he'd like to direct us to.
This is going to be brief.
Okay.
If I may, this is going to be very brief. There's only going to be a couple more.
A couple more, okay. We'll continue.
Any other objectives under goal 4? Turning to page 65. Does this report discuss the population growth, the estimated population growth of Missoula County?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And can you just state for the record how population is estimated to grow in Missoula County?
The 2025 Transportation Plan Horizon results in a Missoula County population of approximately 126,200 persons.
Okay.
Today's population is roughly 100,000, so about a 26% increase.
Okay. Page 77. This part of the plan, can you just describe what table 17 is on page 77?
Table 17 talks about projected increases in how many person trips will be taken over the next 25 years, how many vehicle miles traveled, and how many vehicle hours traveled. Yes.
Okay. What do those numbers mean to you?
Well, for person trips, a 41% increase is projected. For a number of miles traveled in this valley, 48% is projected of an increase, and 61% is the projected increase for a number of hours that people spend in motor vehicles. That basically says we're going to continue to grow, people are going to continue to travel, and that quantity even of travel is going to increase by as much as 60%.
Okay. And the final, let's go, skip page 137, let's go to page 1 of the Greenhouse Gas Subcommittee Appendix. It's Appendix B of Exhibit 105. Is anything on this page relevant to the addition of a hybrid taxi service in Missoula, in your view?
In the transportation section under Objective 2, it states, improve access to alternative fuel and highly fuel-efficient vehicles.
Okay. And so that's it. And based on what we've just discussed with regard to this Missoula transportation plan, the fact that this took in the Missoula community public comments, do you feel that the addition of a hybrid taxi is in the public interest?
Yes, I do.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Welcome.
Mr. LaPark?
Mr. Giordano, the plan you were just referencing, Mr. Schaefer asked you if anything stood out. Did anything stand out there in particular because it was highlighted?
Yeah, these are objectives that I went through and determined that met.
And you were the one who did the highlighting?
I did not do the highlighting.
Who did the highlighting?
Mr. Schaefer.
And you've used Yellow Cab about half a dozen times in the past 10 years?
Yes.
And have you made any complaints to management?
No.
Were they timely?
Not always.
And you're not satisfied with Yellow Cab because they don't use hybrids?
Personally?
Yes.
Correct.
And would you be satisfied with them if they were using hybrids?
It depends on the whole package. To me, it's not just a hybrid. It's the company itself. It's what are their motives, what are their goals. That matters to me.
Okay. But you'd support Yellow Cab using hybrids?
That depends too. Depends on what the competition is, what the alternatives are, situation by situation.
And would using hybrids fall within the city transportation's plan?
Using hybrids, taxi service would likely meet the intent of this plan under most situations.
So if Yellow Cab was willing to use hybrids, that would show a willingness to meet the public need of Missoula?
No, not necessarily.
No further questions.
Mr. Giordano, safety is one element that you are attempting to address with the transportation plan updates, is that correct?
For the context of the community?
Yes.
Yes.
Has the city considered some sort of it's a young university community. Has the city considered some sort of a call-in to get people home from bars late at night?
The university, they do have some kind of a U-Dash system. It's a late night bus service. There is a guaranteed ride home that Missoula in Motion, a government agency, puts on that people, if they get stranded, they can make a call and attempt to get a ride home. I don't know of any other efforts by the university.
Or the city?
With specific regards to late night?
Yes.
Getting home?
I was focusing on late night.
Late night. There's the U-Dash bus. There's a guaranteed ride home. That's all I know.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Giordano, I'm curious about something. What is the difference between renewable and sustainable?
Well, renewable is very, I think, specific to a type of resource. Sustainable encompasses a little more of socio-economic factors, low income, disadvantaged people. It's a little more holistic thinking than resource or than renewable.
I guess I'm looking for, and because I don't know, but what is sustainable about this plan, for instance?
This 20-year transportation plan. Some parts of it are sustainable, like the promotion of more transit service, the promotion of more bikeways and walkways to give people choices to move around. And what would not be sustainable is if it, for instance, just said widen all roads, double the size, put in more highways. That would not particularly be a sustainable way for the valley to develop.
So then, am I understanding correctly that your notion of sustainable is to have a transportation plan in place which limits the growth in traffic? Is that in automobile traffic?
It's to balance walking, biking, and driving and transit, to have them come together into a more unified system where everyone feels like their needs can be met.
I ride my bike to work every day. Am I part of a sustainable transportation system?
Sounds good.
I'm glad. Any redirect? Cross? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Call Curtis Gibson.
I need to swear you in where it's a legal proceedings. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please sit down and state your name.
My name is Curtis Gibson.
Mr. Gibson, what's your occupation?
I actually work for Tipu's Tiger. I am the Vice President of Marketing for the wholesale business.
Okay. And do you use taxi service in Missoula?
Sometimes, not very often.
How often?
Maybe once to twice a month.
Okay. How have your experiences been with Yellow Cab?
Generally wait a long time. Always wait a long time. Sometimes we're riding with other people in the cab. The cab drivers aren't very polite, usually very pushy when they're waiting on you, but when you're waiting on them, it's kind of just expected. I don't know.
Okay.
They're okay. It's not messy or anything like that. Get home eventually.
Do you have a personal demand for more fuel-efficient transportation options in Missoula?
I think a more fuel-efficient choice is a great step for Missoula. It definitely promotes what the city's about. I mean, we're the Garden City. We should be green and go forth with the new technology that's out there to help us be more sustainable.
Is there anything in particular about fuel efficiency that you care about?
Dependency on foreign oil. It's silly, but I mean, we're using oil that's not ours, and there's wars going on over it. It's stupid. There's so many other opportunities that we have to not fight over this natural resource that's limited and running out. If every city focused on green systems for everything, it would be cut a lot. The dependency for foreign oil would be cut a lot.
If a hybrid taxi cab was available for you to use, would you be willing to pay a little bit more money for it?
I would absolutely pay more money for it. If it's into my personal interests, the hybrid taxi is more important than the extra couple of bucks that it would be.
Okay. Do you think you'd be more inclined to use a taxi service if it was a fuel-efficient hybrid?
Yeah, probably. I know that I would use it a lot more when I'm with friends. Usually when I use the taxi, I'm going out to the bars or whatever. And I might even be willing to take it down there. When there's 4 or 5 of us that are going to meet up there or something, we could get a cab ride together instead. Just sharing transportation alone is huge on cutting back on oil use.
Okay. Are you aware of a taxi company that you can call right now that can guarantee you a hybrid fuel-efficient taxi ride?
No, I'm not.
No further questions?
Hi, Mr. Gibson. Just a few questions for you. So you're in support of passengers sharing vehicles?
I am.
And now you had talked to somebody in my office, do you recall?
I do not.
Do you recall talking to a Sandy Fields?
Possibly. On the telephone?
Yes. And you had indicated that you don't like the drivers rushing you into the vehicle.
Right.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I believe you mentioned something about trying to herd 4 drunk people into the car.
Right.
Okay. But can you see why they're trying to get you in the car in a timely manner?
Well, sure. I mean, they're busy and running late.
And they're trying to get to other customers as well as you.
Correct.
And you've never complained to Yellow Cab, have you?
No, I've never complained.
And I believe you indicated that most of the time they're there in 15 minutes during the day.
During the day. At night, I've definitely called the cab thinking, oh, it'll only be about 15-20 minutes. And then we go out and sit out in front and wait. And that's actually when you start to see 4 drunk people scatter in all different directions, is during that wait period.
Okay. So you think that they should add a couple taxis on Friday and Saturday nights?
Yeah, I think they should add a lot more. The way it seems with the drivers being as rushed as they are, they could probably add 4 or 5 more.
And are you aware that they've added a couple additional?
Yes, I've read that in the newspaper.
Okay. And so would you agree that by adding vehicles, they're willing to meet the public's need?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, obviously they're trying to get done what they need to do to continue with their business.
And I believe you spoke a little bit about hybrids, and is it correct in saying that you prefer riding in a hybrid taxi?
Yes.
And would you support Yellow Cab using hybrid taxis?
I would support any cab company using yellow or green taxis, like hybrid.
Hybrid taxi. I have no further questions.
No questions, thank you. I have no questions, you just thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Call Bob Gray.
Mr. Gray, do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please be seated.
Mr. Gray, can you state your occupation just for the record?
Yes. I'm the owner and manager of Yellow Cab Incorporated of Missoula.
I apologize for the delay. Okay, how long have you owned and operated Yellow Cab?
Since 1982.
Okay. Are you the person most familiar with Yellow Cab's operations?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Are you responsible for making sure that Yellow Cab meets the public demand?
Yes, I am.
Cab service? Based on your 25 odd years of operating and running Yellow Cab in Missoula, do you believe that there is a public need for taxi service in Missoula?
There is a public need for taxi service, yes.
Okay. Do you believe it's your business's obligation to meet all that need?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Do you believe that you have been meeting all that need?
Yes, I do.
Would that mean if there's a public need that's not currently being met, you wouldn't know about it?
I think I'd be aware of it.
I'd like to introduce Exhibit 120. It's an article from Missoula Independent dated May 17th, 2007.
I object. Hearsay, relevance, foundation. I could probably go on.
You what?
I could probably raise a few more objections, but I'll stop there for now.
You object to the article?
Yes. Based on hearsay, relevance, and foundation.
Schaefer, a newspaper article is by its nature hearsay evidence. It's someone's interpretation of what someone else told them. So I will not allow it into evidence.
Okay. Have you been present during this entire hearing today?
Yes, I got caught in traffic a little bit on the way back. I missed the first public comment after the lunch break.
Okay.
I think that was it.
Did you hear Susan Kohler from Missoula Aging Services state that, I'm going to summarize, tell me if I do it inaccurately, I'm sure you will, that she is not comfortable relying on Yellow Cab for the Missoula elderly people that she represents?
I heard her state that. I heard her testimony, yes.
Okay. Do you have any reason to believe that that's not accurate?
I'm sure she seemed to be sincere in her beliefs.
Do you have any reason to believe it was dishonest?
No, I don't.
Okay. Does her testimony affect your opinion of whether Yellow Cab is meeting all the public demand for taxi service or not?
No, I think we have a different opinion on that.
Okay. Have you ever assessed your company's operations to determine if you're satisfying all the public demand for taxi service?
Assessed. I don't know. I've never commissioned a study or anything. If that's, it's a day-by-day challenge.
Okay. Was the person responsible for making sure that Yellow Cab meets all the public demand? What have you done to make sure you're meeting all the public demand? Have you ever reviewed records to make sure you're meeting all the public demand?
Yes, I check out our daily logs, and not every single day, but I do look at our daily logs, and I constantly seek input from our drivers and our dispatchers.
Have you ever done any sort of comprehensive review of your service to make sure you're meeting all the public demand for taxi service in Missoula?
Comprehensive review, not. I guess I have not done any comprehensive review per se.
You think it's possible that there's public demand that you're not meeting?
I feel that we meet the public need here in Missoula, and we are willing to do whatever it takes to meet that public need.
Okay. Can you tell me, just in your own words, what you consider to be the characteristics of cab service that meets the public demand?
Timeliness is obviously the one that the passengers are most concerned about in general, and they want to be transported safely at a reasonable price.
What do you consider to be timely response times? Just say within the Missoula city limits.
Within the Missoula city limits, 15 to 30 minutes or so.
And so if a response time is outside of 30 minutes, is that meeting the public demand for on-demand taxi service?
There are exceptions to some of the situations we run into. You know, obviously some of the situations occasionally with weather. The traffic in Missoula is at times very challenging. The other, you know, just in the summertime, road construction can delay our response times. You know, occasionally emergency vehicles. Once in a while, you know, you get caught on North Reserve out here at a bad time, and with you know, the emergency vehicle comes down, and what's already a jammed up street really becomes a mess. You know, it can take 20 minutes to traverse North Reserve just on the other side of us over here, about a 1 mile stretch. You know, our drivers try and avoid those bottlenecks, if you will, but it's just, sometimes it's impossible with where we have to pick our people up and where they need to go.
Do you think the public should have to accept and deal with response times that are over 30 minutes?
It would be nice if they didn't have to, but it's just, sometimes it's just inevitable. You know, given those situations that I was talking about.
Do you know, are you aware of any times when Yellow Cab's response time is over 30 minutes?
Yes, I'm aware.
What are those?
We occasionally run into it in the evenings, particularly on Friday and Saturday. Missoula's a big party town, and just the nature of hauling young people fueled, a lot of them fueled by lots of alcohol, it's sometimes a challenge, for sure.
How long have you known that that's a problem?
It's something that crops up. It's, I would say it's a challenge for every taxi company and every university in the country.
How long have you known it's been a problem in Missoula for Yellow Cab?
It's something we've dealt with, I guess, for a long time. Occasionally, you know, it's not like every Friday and every Saturday nights are you know, problem nights, but you know, it's been an issue. Actually, going back to when my father had a company, back pre-1982.
And you just recently did something to address that problem?
We addressed it actually back about 3 or 4 years ago when we added another shift on Friday and Saturday nights. We increased our fleet size, you know, 1 driver then, and we have recently added 1 more full-time driver on Friday and Saturday nights, and we have another one that's on call that can help us out for that 3 or 4 hour stretch from usually 11 o'clock or so through the bar closing till roughly 3 in the morning or thereabouts.
Do you remember going to Mr. Murray's house on October 17th, the day you got word that he was applying for a certificate of public convenience and necessity?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you remember telling him that you weren't meeting the public need for taxi service on Friday and Saturday nights?
I don't recall, you know, I had, in the conversation we had, he said he'd heard times that there were like up to 2 hour waits. My recollection is that I don't know of any times it was that bad, but you know, I did say that yes, Friday and Saturday nights are sometimes challenging.
Did you say that they were challenging, or did you say that you weren't meeting the public need?
I don't recall saying that we weren't meeting the public need.
Okay. So you've known that there's a problem with Friday and Saturday nights since sometime in the 50s?
I've mostly heard stories from my pop. I didn't get involved in the business per se, other than when I was in high school, I would make a little extra money cleaning out the office and taking out the garbage and stuff like that, but I was not involved with the business any then. But, you know, he mentioned stories to me about, you know, that at times on the weekend nights, it was, you know, it was tough to take care of all the folks that were out partying.
And you knew the same
Sometimes.
thing on October 17th when you talked to Mr. Murray?
Yes, I did.
And then why is it that you've just now recently done something about it?
Well, I
You've known about it for so long.
We're constantly looking to improve our situation. The thing was before, we were trying to find somebody who was willing to come in and drive for just 4 or 5 hours on the Friday and Saturday nights. You know, it's not like all of Friday and Saturday nights are runaway. There's a tough stretch there a lot of times from 10:30 or 11 through bar closing time. Sometimes running, you know, an hour or so past bar closing time.
Do you consider wait times to be a problem for Yellow Cab?
I think we have addressed the issue, and you know, there are times because of the factors that I mentioned earlier. You know, with weather and traffic, and you know, the way the calls come in. You know, it's difficult to predict. The comment from our driver that was here earlier, you know, he's been on since 7 o'clock this morning. As of 1 o'clock this afternoon, he'd taken 3 calls. I mean, that's very slow for a normal weekday, you know, Thursday, but, you know, and it's possible that, you know, tomorrow, he could be running nearly nonstop, but it's very difficult to predict when the calls are gonna come. My crystal ball's a little cloudy sometimes.
I understand. I still want to ask you the same question. Like, do you consider response times to be a problem?
We're constantly trying to, you know, improve. I don't consider them a major issue. There are exceptions, but you know, occasionally you get caught because several calls come in a short period of time, and you know, it's difficult to get to everybody right away. But
okay. Going back to October 17th at Mr. Murray's house, do you recall telling him that you were anticipating selling your business?
Well, I guess pretty much everything I have is for sale materially. I mean, I've been at this for, you know, 25 years now in October. And, you know, somewhere down the road, I'm 55 now, I'm not going to, you know, be working forever. And, yes, when you gave me the deposition, I told you that I wasn't, you know, I was kind of caught off guard. I hadn't given any thought to my conversation with Mr. Murray. But yes, I did tell him that I was going to be selling my business somewhere down the road.
Okay. Why are you concerned about Mr. Murray's application?
Well, Mr. Murray's application is going to impact our ability to pay our bills, basically. You know, I saw in their projections of income, you know, they're projecting, and I understand it's a guess on their part, but they were projecting to do roughly $15,000 plus worth of business a month. And right now our gross revenue is running around 45,000, between 45 and 50 on an average per month. If their projection is anywhere, close to correct, roughly, that's about 1/3 of our business. I would guess that they may generate some additional business because of their feature of being, exclusively hybrid taxis. But the majority of that business is going to come from customers of ours. And it's a very challenging time in our business with insurance prices giving us very little relief, and the gasoline prices. We use right around 2,000 gallons a month. Every 10 cents, the price of gas goes up. Basically, it costs us $2,500 per year, and looks like another year in the red is what it looks like to me right now.
So have you heard the testimony today about people who are concerned with response times, being able to rely on your company?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And you said it's your job to make sure that you're meeting the public demand. How do you decide how many cabs to put on the street?
We have 3 vehicles on from 7 o'clock in the morning until 1 in the afternoon, and at which time we have our swing shift come on. Basically, it goes down to how much business we generally do on those given days, and they vary a lot. But if we were having problems, some with the Friday and Saturday nights, we added a vehicle with another one on call. Right now, there's a lot of times during the day, we, as soon as that swing driver comes on at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, we send one of the morning guys home, because there isn't enough business for 4 of them out there.
Well, again, I want to ask, how do you make the decision? What do you consider when you determine how many cabs you're going to put on the street? Can you tell me exactly what you consider?
I guess the average wait time and our response time from the time the person calls till the time the person is dropped off, what that average is.
Can you tell me what your average wait time is?
I can tell you that our average is, I took a couple of Saturdays prior to this hearing, and I went through all our calls. One was March 31st, and the other one was May 5th of this year. And I don't have it in front of me, but I think I have this number right, that on March 31st, we had 153 calls that we responded to. Our average response time from the time the person called until the time the person was dropped off was 28.80 minutes. And on May 5th, this was after I was comparing because I wanted to see how we were doing with our additional driver on that Saturday. On May 5th, we called 190 calls, excuse me. We had more than that passengers. Some of them were multiple passengers, parties of 2 or 3. We had 190 calls, and the average response time from the time the person called till the time the person arrived at his destination was 28.72 or 73 minutes.
Okay. Do you ever on a monthly or annual basis go back and review your records to determine how many calls you're getting?
Not every month do I, but
Do you remember in your deposition telling me that you determine how many cabs you're going to put on the street by estimating the number of calls you're going to get?
I guess I've been at it long enough that, you know, I don't really go by the number of calls. We have our daily log, which you're familiar with, I believe. Basically, I ask the dispatcher in the morning how many pages we get. Because on each page, there are 19 calls. On most days, we get either towards the bottom of page 7 or towards the top of page 8. If you have 7 full pages of calls, 19 calls on each page, that's 133 calls you've responded to during the course of the day. And, you know, if we're all of a sudden on a, you know, let's say a Thursday or something, like today, I would guess today, just from how the driver earlier was talking about how slow it was, I would guess we'll be lucky to get to page 7 today. That's, you know, if we do 6 pages of calls, that'd be 114 calls we'll respond to today. That's just a guess right now.
Okay. And I know you've got a lot to get out there, and I think the commission, everybody deserves to hear what you have to say since you've been operating a cab company here for a long time. But I want to emphasize that I appreciate if you would just respond to my questions as much as possible. I know you've got a lot to say, which is fine.
Okay.
Just keep that in mind.
And if there's exact things that you're trying to refer to his deposition, you may want to refresh his memory by pointing him to it.
Okay. So how often do you review the sheets that keep track of the number of calls you get?
We'll have to do it at least every 2 weeks, or actually twice a month when we do our payroll.
Twice a month? And then do you make an assessment of whether you've put enough cabs out there to respond to those calls or not?
It's not like I write something down, no, but you can basically tell from the amount of revenue that's generated in a given 2-week period. It's actually fairly steady. It has been in the since our last increase, which was in October of '04.
So you're saying that you can tell if you're putting enough cabs out by the level of revenue you have coming in?
It does average out for if you have, say, it's been averaging somewhere around $23,000 of revenue for every 2 weeks. If there's a spike in that, you know, something's, you know, something's going on. Usually when there's a spike in that, it's because there's been some kind of event, possibly a big weekend, homecoming weekend, something like that.
Does your revenue give you any idea of how many calls are coming in? Because the revenue is going to be dependent on lots of things, right?
All our revenue comes from our, taxi cab, our calls, and there are occasionally longer calls that go, a few more what we call sometimes country trips, trips out to Clinton or down to Bitterroot or whatever, but it is basically our number of calls and the amount of revenue that comes in are very, very closely related.
Does your revenue account for people who no longer call Yellow Cab?
If they don't call Yellow Cab, it's not revenue.
So then would your revenue account for demand of people who are no longer calling Yellow Cab?
No, it wouldn't.
Are you aware of customer complaints regarding multiple rides or shared rides?
I had one that was made to the commission about 11 or 12 years ago.
Is that the only one you're aware of?
That's the only one that's, other than I heard some here in testimony today.
What's your company policy with regard to shared rides?
Well, shared rides are a very efficient way to operate. They have been able to keep our fares lower than what they would be otherwise. Having two people going to destinations that are within a couple, say a few blocks of each other, it's more efficient if they're riding in one vehicle rather than if we've got, say, two cabs going down Brook Street with one right on the bumper of the other one. So we do that when it makes sense. Still, the vast majority of our calls are single ride calls.
And what's your company policy with regard to shared riders?
We haul shared rides when it is applicable, and we find it's an efficient way to operate.
Is it up to the cab consumer to demand?
If the consumer demands that they will not share a ride with somebody else, we will accommodate them.
Do you think it's realistic for someone who's been waiting for a cab and the cab gets there to say, I demand my own cab? And if they don't have their own cab, just to send the one that came for them on their way?
I would object as compound. Councilors asked 2 questions.
Would you ask one question?
Sure. Do you think it's reasonable and realistic to expect your customers, once they've called for a cab and that cab has arrived and there's someone else in it, do you think it's reasonable and realistic for them to say, go on, I'll wait for another cab?
It's their option. Like I say, I feel it helps. There's been a lot of talk about in here about saving fuel costs and using less oil, and I feel like what we've been doing with shared rides has really been, if you, so to speak, ahead of the curve somewhat, in that it's an efficient way to operate.
My question is, do you think that's appropriate service for the consumer?
I think it is.
And you've heard testimony today from people who said they've called Yellow Cab with their complaints about wait times and shared rides?
Yes, I've heard that testimony today.
Okay. And what have you done to address those complaints?
Well, I was hearing them pretty much for the first time today from these folks.
So you never heard them from the dispatcher?
No, I have gotten complaints from dispatchers. Dispatchers have told me about people that have complaints, and I have tried to call those people and do my best to address their concerns.
Do you believe there's a public need for prearranged taxi cab service in Missoula?
We offer prearranged, what we call time calls, for people that go to the airport, that are going to the bus depot, that are going to medical appointments and or going to the hospitals. We do offer those.
Outside of those, do you believe there's a public need for that kind of service?
I don't think there is. It's something that I would look at, though.
Just give you a copy of your deposition. Page 46.
Can I have my reading glasses?
Mr. Schaefer? At what point are you in your testimony? Or in your question, I'm sorry?
Pretty close to the end.
I would like to take a 10-minute break and see if we can't cool it off in here.
Okay.
Thank you,
Getting off the
Commissioner.
topics, if that would be acceptable to you.
It is.
We'll convene again at 3:45.